systems remain secure from now through launch.
SpaceX Dragon's office.
And now we're at hatch close.
Yep, and so you heard that call from the core. So there's nothing the crew's actually doing in terms of the actual hatch closing. You can see they have those more powerful lights out. They're monitoring. The key thing he told him was not... So basically, up to this point, they could be moving things out of their satchels, maybe moving their iPads around. But from this point out, you don't want to do that, because if something falls off your leg, you lose a pen, now you've got a piece of FOD in the capsule. So basically, they're no longer going to mess with anything other than the displays and their armrests. Nothing, no taking pencils out or doing like that. So they are probably doing the last bit of configuration. You saw those like kneeboard cards that they had on their legs, like making sure those are Velcroed on, that they have access to the pen or pencil they want to be able to write down notes with, and getting all that done.
So as we watch this, we're going to split the screen so we can maintain our visual of the closeout crew inspecting the hatch before they close it. But we also want to look back to a little history and a recent honor that happened for a couple of our astronauts. Today, we are launching American astronauts on American rockets from American soil. But it all began with two trailblazers of the Commercial Crew program who recently received the highest civilian honor an astronaut can achieve.
It is my great honor to award you both the Congressional Space Medal of Honor.
In January, Vice President Kamala Harris spoke to a packed room at the White House about the dedication of NASA astronauts Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken.
Bob and Doug represent the best of our nation. There's no question about it.
NASA selected both men to be astronauts for the Space Shuttle program in 2000. But when the shuttle program ended 11 years later, Doug and Bob's work did not. NASA collaborated with the private sector to build the next generation of spacecraft.
Every part of the capsule, from flight controls and emergency procedures to computer displays and cockpit layout, all of that shaped by Bob and Doug's decades of know-how.
And in May of 2020, the SpaceX Crew Dragon was ready to soar.
Bob and Doug returned to the Kennedy Space Center. They suited up, they waved to their families, and they rode an elevator up nearly 20 stories. They strapped in to their seats and waited as the tanks beneath them filled with tens of thousands of gallons of fuel. And then...
3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. Liftoff of the Falcon9 and Crew Dragon. Go NASA, go SpaceX, Godspeed, Bob and Doug.
Demo 2 was the first crewed flight for NASA's Commercial Crew program, ushering in a new era of human spaceflight. And now, the names Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken have been added to an elite list. Prior to this ceremony, the Congressional Space Medal of Honor had only been given to 28 people, astronauts like Neil Armstrong and John Glenn.
We're following in their footsteps, and, so it's just an incredible, incredible, incredible honor.
It was humbling to be a part of the mission. We got to be the smiling faces on the pointy end of a rocket ship.
Because of their bravery, missions like Crew-6 are happening today.
Bob and Doug, together, have written the first page of a new chapter in the history of American space flight.
Bob and Doug dedicated their careers to space flight. What an honor, Raja.
Yeah, it was so cool. I got to actually the honor to work with them as we approached Demo 2, and the Vice President couldn't have said it better. They have set the stage for a whole new era of space flight, and we are seeing it. That we whether it's the Dragon, the Starliner, they were in on the ground floor doing all that. And exactly like she said, their influence is all over this vehicle, and their, the way they worked with SpaceX to help design it, we are all benefiting that. We continue to benefit from it today. And so actually more than a few times in training, like, why is it like this? Like, oh, Bob and Doug, like, that makes sense.
How about that?
Yeah. So it was very cool and very well deserved. And the office, NASA, the country is in such a better place because of the work they did.
Well said, Raja. And while we're talking about honors and the office of the president, I want to mention that Raja was nominated by the President of the United States for the appointment to the grade of Air Force Brigadier General. Still needs to be confirmed by the Senate, right?
Yep.
But the Senate, of course, approves all senior civilian and military appointments. But congratulations
Thanks very much.
on getting that nomination.
Yeah, my wife and I are super honored and humbled to be able to continue serving in the next grades. But yeah, we're very honored and special to be able to do that here at NASA.
Oh, very good. I don't have to call you General yet.
Definitely not. Please don't. Yeah.
Okay, Colonel.
Not even that. How about just Raja?
Okay, will do. Let's check in now with Courtney Beasley at the Johnson Space Center for an update in Houston, Texas. Hey, Courtney.
Hey, Daryl, thanks. As we said earlier, the team here in Mission Control Houston is actively monitoring the International Space Station as they await Dragon's arrival. The crew aboard the station is currently in a sleep period, and they are scheduled to wake up at midnight Central Time. They have completed a number of tasks to prepare the station for Crew-6, like setting up tools to monitor Dragon's arrival and prepping the sleep stations for new residents. Many of their clothes and other belongings launched on a previous cargo resupply mission. Back here in Houston, Flight Director Mike Lammers and his team are in constant communication with the SpaceX mission director for Crew-6's launch to the space station. Once we get to integrated operations, the NASA flight director will be conducting a series of go, no-go polls at the predetermined checkpoints for Dragon's approach. For now, we'll continue to follow along from here in Mission Control Houston, and I'll send it back to the team over at Kennedy. Over to you, Jasmine.
Thanks so much, Courtney. Back at Kennedy here. Joining us now is NASA Recovery Director Brian Barry. Thanks for being here.
Of course, thank you.
Of course. So, Brian, we understand that you are the NASA Recovery Director for Crew-5, but you've actually done a lot of things for human spaceflight. Can you tell us more about that?
Sure. Yeah, that's right. So I started my career as a flight controller for the ISS program. My team was responsible for maintenance on the space station. So I had the opportunity to work directly with the astronauts, train them on tools and repair procedures. So that was a lot of fun and something I never thought I would do when I was studying to be an engineer. After that, I moved over to the safety team, and I was our safety rep for the Commercial Crew Program Safety Panel. So that was my first exposure to CCP, and I would go review the hazard reports for Dragon and Starliner. That was a pretty neat experience also because I was able to work with Bob and Doug prior to Demo 2 and just kind of work with them on the hazard reports and get their perspective on the risk and the mission overall. After that, in 2020, I came out to Commercial Crew and I work for them directly now, and I've been doing launch and recovery operations since then. On the launch team, my role is to lead the rescue effort if we need to. If there's a pad emergency egress or a pad abort, the launch rescue director calls in the rescue forces. So that's what I did for Crew-5 launch last year. And then as the recovery director, I lead the NASA portion of the team that goes out on the ship with SpaceX. We bring out our flight surgeons and we check out the crew and we load them up on the helicopter and get them back home.
Right, so you've worn a lot of hats for the Commercial Crew Program. How did your work as a flight controller in Houston prepare you to be a NASA recovery director?
Well, in Houston, working the ISS operations, you see day in and day out in the control center, you get the full feel of the 6-month mission, so you understand what the crew is going through for that long of a mission. And I think I just kind of bring that crew perspective of the ISS side to the CCP program, and so when it's time to bring the crew home, we know we owe them a smooth and speedy recovery, so that's our priority and our objective.
Right. Brian, it's great that you have that personal relationship with them. What challenges do you and the recovery team have to be prepared for?
Well, the biggest challenge for recovery for Dragon is definitely the weather. We have to find a landing site where the winds are low and the waves are low. So SpaceX has several landing sites around the state of Florida that we can look at and choose the best weather. Beyond that, we start looking at things like contingencies if the crew is injured, and we've got helicopters on standby for a medevac if we need to. And there's also just built-in redundancy on the ship and throughout the vehicle. So, but yeah, weather is definitely the biggest challenge for landing.
Right. No, weather is a huge challenge in Florida for a lot of things. And after Crew-5 returns, Brian, you're going to transition to a new role in the Commercial Crew Program, Mission Manager for Crew-8. Can you tell us how you're preparing for that?
Sure. So as Mission Manager, it's more
Dragon
of a high-level
SpaceX,
review.
just an update. We were doing some final
readiness
inspections.
job for the entire mission, not just launch or landing. And that role begins 18 months out. So for Crew-8, which launches a year from now, we've already begun those meetings with SpaceX. And so it's pretty exciting to be a part of that early in the mission. And yeah, I'm just honored and proud to do that for the program.
Of course. Well, congratulations, Brian. So glad to have you here tonight.
Thanks, Jasmine.
Daryl, back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Jasmine. And if you're just joining us, we are currently 2 hours and 7 minutes until liftoff of Crew-6, launching as part of NASA's Commercial Crew program, as we just heard so well. Commander Stephen Bowen, pilot Woody Hoberg, and mission specialist Sultan Al-Nayati and Andrei Fedyaev are strapped into their seats behind that capsule right there inside Dragon Endeavour. And here's an interesting note about Endeavour. The SpaceX fleet leader in number of flights to and from the station is Endeavour.
That's true, yeah. So it's, go ahead.
Well,
so,
I was just going to say.
I got to watch Bob and Doug go in. And
That's right.
It's cool that we are proving out that you get to reuse these vehicles. It's not just a dream. We're actually doing it.
And they're certified now for 5 flights, which is a human certification that is done in partnership with the Commercial Crew program. The 3 previous flights for this Dragon was, as you mentioned, the historic first flight called Demo 2, then Crew 2, and then Axiom Mission 1, which you were on station, right?
We were,
when
yeah.
Axiom
When
came
Axiom
aboard.
They adopted what's called the Zenith port. We were there, which was pretty historic to have the first private astronauts from U.S. soil come up to the space station. It was awesome.
And these astronauts today, Raja, that could happen for them as well if Axiom 2 goes up within their increment, right?
Exactly, yep. And so that's exactly the plan. And Axiom 2 is in training. I think they publicly released the names not too long ago, so you can see that online. But yeah, so they do some training at Johnson Space Center, and because exactly that, if they're on orbit on time, they'd be interacting with Crew-6.
And we're also going to take some social media questions, and we've been taking them along the way. Raja's been doing a great job answering those. So let's take a question now as the closeout crew gets that hatch closed. Seth Milborn, 99, asks, how does the docking process work?
All right, well, Seth, first off, I like the 99 because I'm a class of 99 grad from the Academy, so I was going to throw out a shout to the 99ers out there. But, so how does the docking process work? So we have what's called an instantaneous launch window, and the reason is because you're trying to align the orbit that we're going to put the Dragon into with the orbit of the space station. And there's different windows every day, but we choose that so that we're trying to, it's a combination of optimizing the prop you need to use, the propellant, and the timing. So you could go faster to the space station, you could go slower. It depends on the propellant, but we have to build in all these contingencies. So
Dragon, SpaceX, ComCheck over ground station.
And I'll pause for just a second for the comm checks, and I'll come back to your answers.
SpaceX Dragon, have you line clear over the ground station?
Core, loud and clear. Ground station ComCheck complete. Stand by for TDRS ComChecks.
And this is what we talked about earlier, Daryl, that there's going to be a series of comm checks checking the different connections.
The ground station comm check is complete now.
Next
I believe TDRS is next.
Next will be TDRS. In the meantime, Seth, I'll keep talking until they talk again. So once you're in orbit, then you start in a lower orbit than the space station. And when you're in a lower orbit, generally for mostly circular orbits, you're moving faster relative to the station. So you actually start to catch up to the space station. And then you do a series of what's called phasing burns to slowly boost yourself very close to the space station. And once you get inside what's called the keep out sphere, that's when Houston...
Dragon, SpaceX, ComCheck.
And SpaceX Dragon, have you loud and clear?
Core, loud and clear. TDRS ComCheck complete. Stand by for ComChecks with DC, MD, and LD in the launch configuration.
Dragon DC on countdown 1, ComCheck.
And DC Dragon, have you loud and clear on countdown 1?
DC loud and clear, stand by for ComChecks with MD.
Dragon, MD on countdown 1, ComCheck.
MD Dragon, have you loud and clear on countdown 1?
MD, loud and clear. Stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground. Dragon, MD on Dragon to ground, comm check.
MD, Dragon, have you loud and clear over Dragon to ground.
MD, loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with LD.
Dragon, LD on countdown 1, comm check.
LD, Dragon, have you loud and clear on countdown 1.
LD, loud and clear. Stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground. Dragon, LD on Dragon to ground, comm check.
LD, Dragon, have you loud and clear over Dragon to ground.
LD, loud and clear.
Dragon SpaceX, with that, launch configuration comm checks are now complete.
SpaceX Dragon copies.
And so those comm checks, like we talked about, Daryl, were different people, different loops, and just making sure that all the key folks can get in contact with the crew if they need to, since there's a bunch of, if you can imagine, lots and lots of different comm loops on the ground with different people talking on different ones. So you want to make sure that they're
Dragon
connected.
SpaceX, we are going to commence
And,
health checks for the launch
up.
escape system. Expect momentary flight computer state change, followed by a transition back to pad hatch closed.
All right, so that flight state change.
SpaceX Dragon will be watching. Thanks.
Yep, so the flight computer state he's talking about, so on the displays, in the bottom center of the displays, it tells you what state the flight computer is in. So right now it says hatch open, and the way that they know for sure that it's closed isn't just the door being closed, it's actually the flight computer state doing that, and that then allows them to initiate further commands. And then cleaning up your answer on the docking. So we talked about it's catching up to the space station, and then you do what's called phasing burns to get closer to the space station. Once you get in basically what we call the keep out sphere, either along the velocity vector from below it, depending on what docking axis you're on, then you join up with the space station, and you'll see that tomorrow, actually. When if you tune back on NASA TV, they'll show the docking.
Indeed, we will, right around 3 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow. They've got about a 24 to 25 hour transit from launch to dock. We want to take a pause now, and we'll keep monitoring the progress inside Dragon with the 3 astronauts and 1 cosmonaut. But in the meantime, we also want to check in with a special guest. Jasmine Hopkins, take it away.
Thanks so much, Daryl. Joining us now on the balcony of OSB-2 is Kurt Costello, the ISS Chief Scientist. Good evening, Kurt.
Good evening, Jasmine.
We are so glad to have you here tonight. After Crew-6 launches, they'll become part of the Expedition 69 crew, and their time will be packed with spacewalks, a lot of science. So can you unpack some of that for us?
Yeah, they'll be there during a really dynamic portion of our year. We're going to have the cargo mission SpaceX 27 launch, the NG-19 mission launch, and then crewed missions with the Boeing CFT mission, and then AX-2 later in their increment. So there is a ton of research going on. A lot of it's going to be dedicated to human research. And one of those investigations comes from ESA, and it's our immunity assay investigation, where we're trying to find out how spaceflight impacts the immune system of the crew members.
Right, Kurt. As you said, I mean, this time is going to be packed with a lot of science, a 6-month science mission for them. One of the experiments that's been longstanding is called tissue chips. Can you tell us more about that first initiative with the National Institutes of Health?
Yeah, this is actually the second in a series of the NIH NCATS, which stands for National Center for Advancing Translational Science. And what we're looking at are tissue chips, which are sets of cells and tissues that go into the ISS and are grown out. And this set of experiments from the ISS National Lab is really set to look at treatments for those tissues. So we'll be having 2 investigations go on board. The first is called Cardinal Heart 2.0, and they'll be looking at treatments that could help deal with cardiac stressors on orbit. And the other one is called Engineered Heart Tissues 2.0. And this one is really interesting. They've got those same heart tissues growing, but this time they're attached to a magnet. And the magnet tells us how hard that heart tissue beats and contracts on orbit. So these living heart cells are going to be able to tell us, 1, how hard they're working in the presence of the spaceflight environment, and then treatments are going to be applied to them so we can understand if that can help with those stressors.
Wow, it's nice to hear that, some of the research we're doing on station could benefit our health here on Earth as well. There's also a combustion experiment called Sophie Mist. Can you tell us about that as well?
Sure. Sophie Mist is a combustion experiment for solids. Sophie stands for solids in-flight extinction. So ignition and extinction. And what we're looking at are how solid materials burn under different atmospheric pressures and different concentrations of oxygen. The reason for this is our exploration vehicles have different atmospheres, and we want to understand how solids burn in space and how they can be extinguished efficiently. So we want to be able to put out any fires that ever occur in a cabin.
Right, that's very important. ISS Chief Scientist Kurt Costello, thanks so much for joining us tonight.
Thank you very much.
Of course. Daryl, back to you.
Thank you, Jasmine and Kurt. And I thought it was interesting. He was talking about that Sophie experiment and burning materials in space. You worked on some experiments yourself in which you burn things.
Yeah, so we
burning things in space, Roger.
Yeah, well, you got to be really careful.
Yeah, clearly.
Yeah, so when you're up there as part of Expedition 66, we did several experiments with the combustion chamber, and it is a piece of engineering. So getting to work on it, install new materials. But the really cool thing, so Kirk mentioned part of it, like there's the one piece is making sure there's not fires. The other thing we're really interested in is there's some work going on like cold flames, and so flames on the Earth because of the gravity field, you have the hot part, and then you see it actually go up. And Jenny Seide in our class is a combustion engineer, so there's some really fascinating things. But in microgravity, it's a ball of flame, and so some really interesting research is some cold combustion engine type technology where you could reduce greenhouse gas emissions because of the way the flame burns. So that is the kind of fundamental science we're doing. Combustion research up there.
Is this because it's more of an efficient burn?
Well, it burns different. Exactly. You can have a cooler flame as it burns out instead of having this sort of wasted stuff as it goes literally. So yeah, some just amazing things that fall out
SpaceX, good side hatch leak check.
That fall out of research we never expected.
That's cool.
SpaceX Dragon copies. That's good news.
And you just heard the Corps talk about the leak check pass.
Concur with that, Steve. And we also have a post-ingress briefing when you're ready to copy.
Yeah, that's great news.
We are ready to copy the post-ingress briefing.
All right. We have no updates on weather from the previous briefing, and Dragon and Falcon are tracking no issues for launch. We're looking good here. The NASA team, for your awareness, is tracking a possible conjunction for ISS in about 22 hours and is considering performing a PDAM if required. We are still go for launch, regardless of if the PDAM will be required. If we do take that avoidance maneuver, or if ISS takes that avoidance maneuver, they may attempt to perform it prior to the Dragon boost burn, which helps to minimize impacts to our rendezvous timeline. We will come back after launch with more information as the joint teams evaluate if the PDAM is required, as well as if there are any updates to your mission timeline. I'll copy.
And SpaceX Dragon, we copy all. Thank you for the heads up on the PDAM, and we'll be waiting for those words after we get to orbit.
So a possible conjunction.
Right, conjunction is a fancy term for hitting something, running into it.
For the space station,
right? Not for the
Dragon.
Dragon. So as you heard, there's still go for launch, and kind of ties into this question we had from social media before about docking. I mentioned there's a timeline, and you heard the
That's
Corps
a
talk.
good read back, Dragon. And at this time, we'll step into comm checks with Falcon 9 operators. Please report when you're ready.
All right, SpaceX Dragon, we're ready for comm check with the Falcon 9 operators.
So before they did the comm checks with the SpaceX, the Dragon team, now this is the rocket.
DE on countdown 1 initiating RE comm checks. GNC is first.
So this is the launch
Dragon,
team.
GNC on countdown 1, comm check.
And GNC Dragon, have you loud and clear on countdown 1.
GNC loud and clear. Stand by for comm check by the propulsion engineer.
Dragon, prop on countdown 1, comm check.
And prop, Dragon, have you loud and clear on countdown 1.
Prop, loud and clear. Stand by for comm check with the avionics engineer.
Dragon Avionics on countdown 1, comm check.
Avionics Dragon, have you loud and clear on countdown 1.
Avionics loud and clear. Stand by for comm check by the ground segment engineer.
Dragon, ground segment on countdown 1, comm check.
And ground Dragon, have you loud and clear on countdown 1.
Ground segment, loud and clear. Stand by for comm check by launch control.
Dragon, launch control on countdown 1, comm check.
Launch control, Dragon, have you loud and clear on countdown 1.
Launch control, loud and clear. Stand by for comm check by the chief engineer.
Dragon, CE on countdown 1, comm check.
CE Dragon, have you loud and clear on countdown 1.
CE, loud and clear. This completes the F9 responsible engineer comm checks.
If there was any kind of problem with the rocket, a subsystem of the rocket, you'd want that person to be able to talk directly to the crew. So they're just making sure that comm channel is there. Going back to the PDAM you mentioned, that stands for a debris avoidance maneuver. And so Space Force is actually constantly watching all the things in orbit. And then if there is any chance that we think someone will get close to the ISS, they notify Houston. We have a thing called the topo, which is the position that they analyze orbital trajectories. And there's different levels of risk. So they always will want to make sure that we are very conservative with the crew safety and the vehicle safety. And so as you heard them talking about, it's not going to affect the launch decision. What it will affect is how they do the burns to get to the space station, because if the space station does a burn to maneuver, then that will mean the target that the Dragon was going towards will shift, and so they'll work that out over the next 20 hours.
You mentioned the topo. That's the Trajectory Operations Officer, and hear from our colleagues at Johnson Space Center that they're trending in the right direction. So things
Gotcha.
are looking good in terms of that possible conjunction in 22 hours for the International Space Station.
I'd say it's pretty normal. At least once a week we hear about one when you're on the space station. Most of them resolve themselves. Very rarely do you actually have to maneuver the station. But like I said, we have this huge protective bubble around the space station, and anything that possibly could go in there, we always want to investigate. So this is probably just the beginning of that investigation, and then as we learn more about it, it's probably not going to be a problem, but we always are wanting to make sure we're very conservative with the crew.
Make sure
and the
you're
vehicle.
ready in case
Exactly.
it's not. All right,
Yep.
very good. Well, now we want to throw it over to Jasmine, who is with NASA Administrator Bill Nelson.
So much, Daryl. Yes, right now we're honored to be joined by NASA Administrator Bill Nelson as well as astronaut Reed Wiseman. Thank you both for being here tonight.
Well, it's always a treat when we start launching and going into the heavens.
Exactly. We're always happy to have you back here, Administrator Nelson. So first question for you. International partnership is the lifeblood of the commercial crew program. We have the second time we have a Roscosmos cosmonaut on board, but this is the first time we have a UAE astronaut on board. Can you talk about those international partnerships?
You know, as we go back to the moon after 50 years, it's not just the U.S. government. It's now an international mission, and it's a public-private partnership as we go back to the moon and then on to Mars. In this particular case, going to commercial crew to the International Space Station, it's very much both of those as well. Public-private partnership with SpaceX, and then international crew. So much so that you've got our partners ever since we built the space station, the Russians. We're now sending an American astronaut on the Soyuz, and they are sending a Russian cosmonaut on Dragon. And we will have many other nationalities going as well.
Right, we go farther if we go together. Reed, question for you. We right now are in low Earth orbit on the International Space Station. That is paving the way for deep space. Can you tell us about that?
I think the International Space Station, we've had crew on there since the year 2000. We don't even think about it anymore, right? So we have 7 folks up there right now, and they've been orbiting the Earth. They just flew over us here about a half an hour ago, and they're going to come back around. But the thing that really blows your mind up there is all of the environmental control, life support systems that we have, how much we're recycling water, all the science that we're conducting, and we really have learned how to operate off of our planet. So we can do that now 250 miles up, so it's time to start doing that 250,000 miles away at the moon, and then heading on to Mars.
Right, we're very exciting. Great time to be at NASA. We actually polled the NASA workforce, and they want to know from both of you, what missions are you most looking forward to in 2023, a very exciting time for us?
All of them.
Good answer. Good answer.
And by the way, it's not just space. We're going to fly the X-57 all-electric airplane, the X-59 supersonic, low sonic boom airplane, and then our climate. We are putting up all kinds of instruments up there that are measuring very specifically what's happening to the Earth.
Right. That's really important for us to know what's going on here on the planet. Reed, would you like to add anything?
I have to add that we're standing here at Cape Canaveral. We got 4 of our friends behind us, so I'm rooting for Crew-6 today.
Absolutely. Go Crew-6. Thank you both for being here tonight. Daryl, back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Jasmine. And although going into space is not child's play, every Dragon astronaut crew brings, every Dragon astronaut, I should say, they bring a stuffed toy with them. And its purpose, when the toy starts floating, the strapped-in crew has confirmation they've reached microgravity. And what is this called? This is called a zero-G indicator. It's a long-standing tradition, and there's been 7 on Dragon so far. There's 1 in this Dragon as well, starting with this guy. It all began with Plush Earth. Who can forget him floating around by himself in the first uncrewed flight in 2017 called Demo 1. That was followed up by a sequin bedazzled dinosaur named Tremor, picked out by Bob Benken's son Theo and crewmate Doug Hurley's son Jack. Crew 1 took a toy Baby Yoda with them to show the first 4-person crew when they reached space. But since then, it's been all stuffed animals. A penguin for Crew 2. And then, of course, Raj's flight, a turtle for Crew 3.
Good old
There's
Bob,
Caleb Aaron, yeah. And then a turtle and a chimp for Crew 4. For the last mission, though, on Crew 5, they unveiled the first humanoid, the Albert Einstein Little Thinker plush doll. And so that begs the question, what is Crew 6's zero-G? We'll find out later. But you had the turtle, and there's a special reason for that.
It is, yeah. So our class of 2017, we're called the Turtles, which, so the previous class always names the next class. And I think a lot of people thought Turtles was supposed to be an insult because it's slow, but that's actually quite the opposite. The reason is when the vice president announced our class, he said that if you ever see a turtle on a fence post, you know the turtle didn't get there by itself. And so we take it as quite a nod to the people that got us to where we're at, which is very true, that none of us would be where we're at without our families, the flight controllers, the trainers that got us there. And so we actually love the term turtle and don't take it as an insult at all. But yeah, we had every crew takes a while to develop theirs. With ours, actually our turtle was named Pfau, which is German for turtle, since Matthias was our German crewmate, and it was actually a rainbow turtle, a peacock turtle, which is because Tom was class the peacock. So it was a nod to everyone on the crew.
You merged that in there.
Did,
that
yep.
was nice. All right, as they seal up, get the final, they've sealed the hatch, but now they're doing some final checks there with the crew. We want to check in back with Mission Control in Houston and our own Courtney Beasley. Courtney?
Thanks, Daryl. When Crew-6 arrives at the space station tomorrow morning, they will officially become Expedition 68 flight engineers. Once on board, they'll do something known as a direct handover, basically saying that Crew-5 and Crew-6 will be aboard the space station all together until Crew-5 comes home. Crew-5 will be able to give Crew-6 an orientation and show them the ropes, which might be particularly helpful for the first time space flyers on this flight, NASA's Woody Hoberg, UAE astronaut Sultan Al-Niyadi, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Andrei Fedyaev. A direct handover also helps ensure a continuous presence on the space station, a record we've held for more than 22 years. As the station is first and foremost a laboratory, the crew will jump right into conducting experiments with new research still to be delivered on upcoming cargo flights. And now we'll go ahead and toss it back to the team out at Kennedy. Daryl.
All right, thank you very much, Courtney. And as you can see on the screen there, the closeout crew, they are tethered because they're up so high. That's a 255-foot level.
It's a safety measure. Yep, and they're basically taking some closeout photographs to document the hatch closure. We heard them talk about earlier that the hatch closed state. Remember, that's the cue to the crew that's happening. And after they get some closeout photos, they can start backing away and closing out, hence the name of the crew, closing out the white room.
And while we do that, we've got a special guest here that we want to talk to out here at the host desk. Our next guest played a key supportive role in the development of the Falcon 9 rocket and that Dragon spacecraft that we've been watching and will eventually launch here in an hour and 42 minutes. His name is John Posey, and he is NASA's Crew Dragon lead engineer. Thank you so much for being here, John.
Glad to be here.
So tell me, we want to, first of all, make something clear about SpaceX's Dragon, right? They designed it, they built Dragon, they fly it for us, and our astronauts go in it. But since the beginning, there's been NASA expertise supporting them. So what would you say is some of the best expertise that NASA has provided in this regard?
Oh yeah, excellent question. So with the commercial crew program, it's kind of different from past crew spaceflight programs, right? We have a smaller team. Like for the spacecraft, there's around only about 100 NASA engineers on our team that are getting all the work done. And NASA brings a lot of very special expertise to the table to try to help SpaceX and our other commercial partners prepare for this day, right? Getting everything ready. We especially brought some great expertise in things like life support systems, of course, spacesuits, thermal protection systems, and perform a lot of analysis, in a lot of cases, double checking the great analysis performed by SpaceX, running the numbers, making sure everything matches up so that, we're assured of crew safety on launch day.
Absolutely. Well, that is important. And you were telling me that, speaking of safety requirements, that there was a NASA safety requirement in the case of extreme fire emergency that combined with a Dragon design will make it so that astronauts will be able to do something that's never been done before. What is that?
Oh yeah. So as you mentioned, right? NASA set some really great safety requirements for our crew. The Crew Dragon has a lot of oxygen and nitrox systems on board for those really deep emergency contingency cases. For instance, feed the leak. If we were to have a quarter-inch sized hole in the cabin, we could provide breathable nitrox air to the crew all the way to landing. Also, in like a fire scenario, if our air scrubber systems couldn't scrub it out or dilution purge wasn't enough, we had the ability to vent the cabin completely to vacuum while the crew safely pressurized in their spacesuits and press it back up with a clean atmosphere. And so, that's where, the commercial aspect of this is really exciting for us. You saw SpaceX announce for Polaris Dawn, right?
Yeah.
They're going to perform their first Dragon extravehicular activity, EVA, right? Actually do that similar type of a thing where they can vent down the cabin, create like an impromptu airlock, and then repressurize it.
How about that?
Yeah.
And we've got Raja here, an astronaut, depress the cabin. You were ready for it as an emergency scenario, but for Polaris Dawn, going to depress the cabin and they float right out the door.
Yeah, it's super exciting to see the progress going on in low Earth orbit and commercialization. I mean, that's exactly the NASA dream. I mean, you heard the administrator talk about that's what we want to do is enable industry to do things in low Earth orbit and then let NASA work on exploration in the moon and Mars. So this is, it is amazing to see it happening.
And NASA is right there by the side. Let's talk a little bit now about the Falcon 9. Coincidentally, you were also involved at the beginning of that vehicle with NASA. What contributions were made to the Falcon 9 and getting it going?
Yeah, so I remember being back when I was a space shuttle propulsion engineer, watching those early Falcon 1 live streams, getting the first privately funded rocket to orbit with the liquid propelled vehicle. Really exciting. So when Falcon 9 was coming along on the commercial orbital transportation services COTS contract, they were getting that Dragon 1 ready, Falcon 9 ready. And I remember, that program was headed by Kathy Leaders, who later became commercial crew program manager and now associate administrator. But they tasked the launch services team with reviewing the safety of the Falcon 9 for CRS, commercial resupply services. And at the time, shuttle program was winding down. I was on detail to launch services. So I asked if I could join that team to help assess it. And before I knew it, we were working day to day with the SpaceX propulsion engineers. And that was really an eye-opening experience, right? SpaceX was moving at a high pace, rapid pace of innovation, getting a lot of hardware built, getting out there, testing it. And so we were trying to share the lessons learned we had from shuttle and other NASA programs, but at the same time we were learning from them and seeing new approaches and ways of doing things. So we tried to pull together a lot of that expertise, try to share the pitfalls that they might come across along the way. But yeah, I was able to sit in the launch control center. Actually, we're at Hangar AE across for the first Falcon 9 flight, and that was just an amazing day.
Yeah, and now you are working. I think you were telling me, like, as a kid, you drew a picture when you were 10 years old of a space shuttle, and now you got to hang it up on your desk. You have been working in space and thinking about it for a long time.
Oh, yeah. When I was a kid, I was a big fan of, NASA. Space shuttle was on TV, pop culture everywhere.
Yeah.
I was a big Star Trek buff. But it really was solidified when my family went to the Johnson Visitor Center when I was 10. Seeing real spaceflight hardware, just thinking, these folks are bringing, the best things of Star Trek to reality, right? Solving hard problems, learning more about Earth and space, fostering international cooperation. So it's something I set my sights on and went into aerospace engineering to go work on the space program.
And here you are, and you're actually headed right now to Firing Room 4. Real quickly, what are you going to be doing for this launch?
Yeah, so I'm going to be hopping on console for the on-orbit shift as spacecraft chief engineer with the spacecraft engineering team. So I'll go over there. My deputy Brian Remarks about to poll for go to launch from the launch team, and then we'll make sure everything's good to go for our exciting Crew-6 mission today.
All right, fantastic. John Posey, NASA's Crew Dragon lead engineer. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks, John. Glad to be here.
And good luck tonight.
Thank you.
All right, now let's head out to our VIP location where our Jasmine Hopkins is with a pair of special guests. Jasmine?
Thank you so much, Daryl. The energy here on the balcony of OSB2 is really picking up as we're getting closer to launch. And right now, I'm honored to be joined by Salam Al-Mari, the Director General of the Mohammed bin Rashid Space Center, as well as Hazza Al-Mansouri, UAE astronaut. Thank you both for being here tonight.
Thank you, Jasmine, for having us.
Of course, we're so honored to have you here. And Salam, first question for you. This is a really significant first, the first time that we have a commercial crew astronaut from the UAE. What does that mean to you?
I mean, that means a lot. I mean, it's a big responsibility for us. And I think from day one, when we kicked off this program in 2017, we wanted to have a long-term program, a sustainable program, and a program that has a positive impact on human spaceflight. So we selected our astronauts. We made sure they're training with NASA, they're training with Roscosmos. They get the full set of training so that they can be astronauts that can contribute to the advancement of human spaceflight. So this mission really is a fulfillment of that vision. Today, when we get an astronaut from the UAE going on a 6-month increment and doing the same things that NASA astronauts and the USOS astronauts will be doing, I think that really means a lot to the UAE.
It really does. And as you just mentioned, training with NASA Hazza, you were the first Emirati in space. You and Sultan actually trained together. Can you talk about that?
That was really great privilege. I mean, since childhood, back in UAE, that to dream to go to space, that was a little bit critical. And even just to say that in schools back home, to say that I want to be an astronaut, that was something that's not an option for us. But when they did the announcement back in 2017 and we saw that opportunity, we applied, Sultan and myself and 4,000 applicants from UAE just to apply to be UAE astronauts. So we had that privilege. We have been selected for the first batch in UAE. We went to Russia to train, and I went to space. I flew to space in 2019. Sultan, he was my backup in that mission, and I am now as his backup in this mission. That was an amazing journey for both of us. I mean, we trained back in Russia, and we came here. We did the whole ASCAN training. The amount of support we saw in the whole community here at NASA, that was really huge. Just to make this mission happen for UAE. It's big and huge, and we are really excited. I am super excited to see my colleague Sultan and Woody, Steve, and Andrei Fedayev launch to space. It's going to be an amazing mission for them. 6 months on board the station, doing science, exploring, and conducting different sessions with different schools and kids. That's, for me, is a big thing.
It really is. It's a big thing. We're so glad to have both of you tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Of course. Daryl, back to you.
Thank you, Jasmine. And now we are T-minus 1 hour and 33 minutes from launch as we get ready for Crew-6 to take off from the Kennedy Space Center. Now, here's a closer look at some of the life-changing science astronauts are performing aboard the International Space Station.
The International Space Station is a state-of-the-art microgravity laboratory that is unlocking discoveries not possible on Earth and helping us push farther into deep space.
Every single day, we are answering big questions about Earth and about space, about where we came from and about where we're going. But the other thing that we're doing is we're learning more questions to ask.
Microgravity turns almost everything we know upside down. Liquids behave completely differently. Fire burns in new ways. Biological systems reveal surprises.
There's a few things that have made me gasp out loud up on board Space Station. Watching heart cells actually beat has been a pretty big one.
We're studying ways to grow food in microgravity.
I got to tell you, these are pretty amazing.
We're learning how human bodies react to life in space and how to keep crew members safe and strong on long-duration exploration missions.
Deadlifts are awesome on Earth. They're also awesome in zero gravity.
We're testing technologies that will be critical to our return to the moon and great leap to Mars. Our research has contributed to medical and social benefits on our home planet, allowing us to find new ways to combat disease back on Earth and develop technologies to deliver clean water to remote communities in need. The spectacular vantage point of more than 200 miles above our planet supports our monitoring of Earth's climate, natural disasters, and plant life.
The orbital perspective that we have here on the ISS is just absolutely amazing. Earth is gorgeous.
The growing new space economy, so vital to our continued progress in space, is flourishing in low Earth orbit. We're inspiring future generations from a platform that is one of the largest international collaborations of our time. We're doing science at 17,500 miles per hour. Come along for the ride.
And that's where our 3 astronauts and 1 cosmonaut are headed. But first, got some pre-launch configuration to do. Got to fuel up the rocket. And then, of course, light it and launch. We're coming up on 1 hour and 30 minutes before we launch Crew-6 to the International Space Station. The crew of 4 are in the capsule, as you just saw. The hatch is closed, and we successfully completed a leak check on the hatch, as well as the cabin. Launch engineers are located in Firing Room 4 at the NASA Launch Control Center at Kennedy Space Center. They have a view through their large window of Pad 39A, and this is what they're looking at. You can see the Launch Control Center. It's the building just to the right of the large VAB, just below that NASA logo. The Falcon 9 team is loading helium and nitrogen gas into storage bottles on the launch vehicle. They completed the RF checkouts, the radio frequency, did a final review of the vehicle testing performed earlier today. And the SpaceX chief engineer for this mission, he's Dan Alix, and he will check with the team at T-minus 80 minutes to verify that we are good to continue the countdown. Now, the next major activity is flowing a small amount of fuel into the first stage to prime the Merlin 1D engines for ignition. The team is also monitoring fuel and liquid oxygen loading preparations to make sure the propellants in the ground tanks are correctly chilled prior to loading them on the Falcon, and that will happen at T-minus 35 minutes. I'm with NASA astronaut Rajachari, and let's take a look at the weather really quick. Weather is looking great. We are only a 5% probability of violation, and that's only for the possibility, a very slight possibility, that a cumulus cloud goes over the launch pad. Right now, we're looking clear. We are green on weather. Winds are 7 to 12 miles per hour out of the southwest. Temperature is a comfortable 72 degrees. And the weather and the ascent corridor is also good to go in case there were abort. Can't ask for better weather conditions than this, Raja.
Yeah, this is a great night for a launch, and let's hope the vehicle stays on progress. Like you mentioned, right now, the next big thing will be when they arm the LES, but before they do that, they'll have to clear out the crew arm. So we saw, like you mentioned, the hatch seal's been checked, and now they're closing out the white room. They'll evacuate the closeout crew, and then that will be when they let the crew know that they're ready to actually arm the LES before they can start prop loading. You mentioned the Falcon engineers, so like the F9 team is really kind of taking the prime role right now, monitoring the systems, getting ready to make sure it's ready to actually start to load the prop on the vehicle. And the reason they do it on the vehicle, it's because rockets are hard, as it turns out. Getting space is hard, and so your mass margins, the weight is so critical. So you really want to wait until the latest you possibly can to put the gas on the vehicle, because it's cryogenically cooled. I mean, it's super cold, and so it starts to boil off. And so the less amount of time it's on the rocket, the more gas you have. And so you want to wait until as late as you can, but also have enough time, obviously, to do it and get to space. So the longer you wait, and it's a balance of wait as long as you can, but still have enough to get it all on board, and that gives you the most gas to use to get into orbit and then have gas to get to the space station.
And SpaceX using super chilled, highly densified liquid oxygen that, as you say, you get more performance out of it the later they load. Currently, we're at 1 hour and 27 minutes and counting, looking at Launch Complex 39A and the Falcon 9 rocket, a new booster on this one, along with the Dragon Endeavour. The booster 1078-1. No soot on this one, so it didn't return from a flight. They're going to fly it for the first time for Crew-6. It's in good shape and ready to go. Dragon will fly its next 4-person crew to the International Space Station. The astronauts that are inside, our commander Stephen Bowen. He's in seat number 3, pilot Woody Hoberg, and mission specialist Sultan Al-Niyati and Andrei Fedyaev.
And you can see they've got their visors up. We talked before about they'll leave their visors up until they arm the LES, or the Launch Escape System, just to be a little more comfortable. And you did mention we had actually the opposite configuration for Crew 3. We had a new capsule, Endurance, and then a reused booster. But today, like you said, the fleet-leading Endeavour capsule and a new booster, a new first stage. And one of the cool things we get to see, while the launch coverage, the folks here actually KSC, the launch coverage is on the capsule, but the other thing that happens with the SpaceX launch is that first stage coming back, which is also a cool thing to see, which I haven't seen before because I haven't seen a launch, but I'm looking forward to that today. So I got to enjoy the ride in the Falcon 9, but never actually saw what happened to the first stage on my launch.
Well, just read the instructions. That's the ship, the autonomous drone ship. It is a landing platform that is out in the Atlantic Ocean right now, several hundred miles offshore, and it will be receiving, as you mentioned, that first stage booster, and we'll see that in our coverage as it comes back down to Earth. And of course, SpaceX has had great success lately with landing that first stage booster, and then they'll put it right back in and get it refurbished and put it into the cycle of boosters for flight.
Yeah, it's impressive, the cadence that we've seen them develop with how quickly we can recycle the boosters. And actually, it's funny, the capsules takes about as long to recycle as it does for us to rehab. So my post-flight rehab was about 6-ish months to kind of feel back to normal, and that's about the same time Endurance launched again onto the space station with Crew-5, so it's up there now. So about the time I had my bone density and muscle all back was the same time that the capsule I rode in was ready to go, new heat shield, layers, and ready to blast off. So it's kind of cool. The person and the machine are both refurbished.
Yeah, you were mentioning when you came back from space, you had to get acclimated, and there was an adjustment period.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's kind of different phases. When you'll see, like when Crew-5 comes back here in a few weeks, you'll see them take them out of the capsule on gurneys. It's difficult to walk and maintain your balance. You can, but it is easy to tip over, and so it takes a few days for your vestibular system to reset, about a week for kind of your balance and stability, and then potentially a few months for some of your full strength to come back.
When you're in space, you get to bring some personal items with you to kind of remind you of home, right? Each Crew-6 astronaut is allowed to bring a few personal items for the roughly 6-month stay in space. And so here are a few of the items that they are taking up for Crew-6. Sultan Al-Niyati said he's bringing a kimono, the traditional training attire of the martial art jiu-jitsu. He's on all the way far right of the screen. He's also bringing some small toy rockets from the popular European comic Tintin. Andrei Fedyaev is taking his family photos and some pins he plans on bringing back and sharing with his family. But for the astronaut right there, the second from the left, Woody Hoberg, he's bringing one simple item, and that's a photograph with deep personal meaning to him.
terms of personal items, mine's simple. Unfortunately, over the summer, I lost my father, and so I'm just bringing a photo of him that means a lot to me. And I wish he could come along with me, but at least I will be bringing him along with me. So.
And here is the photo that he's bringing. Woody says it's a picture of his dad, Jim Hoberg, finishing the Boston Marathon and leaving it all on the course. Jim Hoberg, along with his wife Peggy, raised Woody and his brother in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. He was an electrical engineering professor at Carnegie Mellon University, where he was known for his exceptional teaching. He was 75 years of age when he passed away last year. Woody says he will remember his father for always showing up and for his relentless pursuit of truth. And he says when he gets to space, he plans to keep the photo in his crew quarters. That's a touching thing to do.
Yeah.
And an honor for his father.
And I think just all the more reason we're proud of the turtle's name is Woody's dad is why Woody is Woody, right? So it's just like all of us. And yeah, it was sad for that to happen while he was in training, and I'm glad he's able to take him with him to orbit.
Now, you mentioned that you actually brought some items aboard, and we actually have some of them, some of the things from your flight kits. We want to take a look at that.
So basically, in the Dragon, you have about a shoebox size of stuff that you can bring, the crew can bring things. So I brought some show and tell. So I also brought some pictures along with my kids. So I've got some cards that my children made for me. So all in all, just like Woody, all these things wound up in my crew quarters on the space station.
This went to space.
This all went to space. This is my my PT gear from the Academy, the Air Force Academy. Okay. And people accused me of buying one, but it's legit because it's still got the stamp with like the laundry stamp. Yeah. So that's the real deal. That's it doesn't fit. I think maybe the shirt shrunk over the years. Okay. I think is what happened. That's what I tell myself. My wife's gonna kill me, but I'm not supposed to show this.
Oh,
this is my space retainer. Because so I had braces when I was a kid, and now that I'm a dad having to think about braces for my kids, I know how expensive it is, and I didn't want to have to get braces again, so I took
this is costly.
This is my space retainer. Yeah.
You don't want to have to redo braces.
Exactly.
No.
But
so those things floated around in space
these
and
were
in your mouth.
In my mouth. Yeah. A turtle patch. Of course. So that's pretty typical for to bring patches, things like that. My wife made me, I had several cards for different days of the week, so care package style cards.
Really?
So,
for every,
not every day.
Okay.
But this was like any Thursday card.
Oh, that's sweet.
So like most things in my life, she's better than me, so she thought of that. This is a pair of dice. So this is in my first fighter squadron in the Air Force was the 90th Fighter Squadron, which is the pair of dice. And if you notice, any direction is always 7, lucky 7. And so you get your first one. You basically get these pair after you're combat qualified in the 90th Fighter Squadron, and then you wear them on your pocket. And then an RMO, which stands for round metal object. We avoid saying the word COIN in the Air Force. It's tradition because when you say the word, that's a challenge to someone that they have to have it. So we use the acronym RMO. But so this is our Crew 3 one, our Crew 3 patch, and then our Expedition 66 patch on the back.
Hold that for a second. That was really neat. You helped in the design of this with the fire coming out of the Dragon.
With the Dragon,
making the 3.
Exactly. Yeah. So the Crew 3 patch has the 3, and then the Dragon, like the head of a dragon in the flame. And people do point out this is you wouldn't want to actually see flame.
Well, yeah, no.
That would be a bad thing. That would be the abort engine. But it's a cool visual graphic.
Yeah, very good, very good. And all that stuff went to space.
It did. Yep.
So thank you for sharing that with us. That was really neat to walk through everything that you took up, and all of that fit into a shoebox.
All of it fits in a shoebox. Yeah, exactly.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
In space, it floats out, so you got to be really careful to keep track of it all.
Right. You mentioned, the crew patch, and so on that note, every NASA space flight going to station has a mission patch designed by the crew, and this is Crew-6's mission patch, and what you'll notice right away is the wooden Dragon ship with a dragon figurehead. That's because each Crew-6 member has an affinity for seafaring vessels. How about that? And check out the anchor. It's the International Space Station sitting right there on the ship. Lastly, the sail, Crew-6 says, represents the 3 planetary bodies of the Earth, Moon, and Mars. And you can see the Earth in blue, the Moon in gray and white with the number 6, and then the ultimate destination of NASA's Artemis program, the red planet. That's a pretty cool design.
Very cool, yeah. That's the cool thing about patches. There's always so much hidden meaning in it. And it's all the subtleties and the themes, even down to the colors and the number of stars. All that it goes into it. So it's always a fun thing to design a patch and kind of pull in a little bit of each person in the crew into it.
And you work very closely with the artist that designed your patch, and every astronaut does, right?
We do, yep, yeah. So the JSC helps. We had a known artist. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to say his name, but basically did it pro bono for us that helped out, which was super super grateful for that. But you're exactly right. We would kind of have some ideas of like some themes, and you kind of iterate on that with them. And the same thing. So there's the crew patch, and then I think Courtney mentioned earlier when they get to the space station, they'll be part of Expedition 68, which also has a patch, and then they will also be up there for Expedition 69. So they'll have usually have a vehicle patch and then a expedition patch.
Raja, full of so much exciting information here and insight into what it's like to be a NASA astronaut and to fly this Crew Dragon, go up to the International Space Station. So we want to ask another social question. Send them all in: Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube. And here's a question from @11B. Does the 2+ hours in the seats prior to launch go slowly, or is the level of activity such that time passes quickly?
It's a good question. So I would say it actually goes pretty quick because what they're actually doing, and you can see actually all of them are tapping away at screens there, even though the crew's not, right now they're waiting for the closeout crew to finish up and the F9 team is doing most of the work. What they are doing is kind of walking through all the displays and we call it chair flying, going through the sequences and actually kind of talking through some off-nominal events as well. And so they're using all this as rehearsal time because now that's the actual day of, there's different things that will be specific to the weather in terms of what egress set you might go to. And we mentioned before, like what's the commander's job is kind of like the coach and talking about like, okay, if this happens, remember, and I don't know what their sequence is, but like, okay, Sultan, you're doing this, Andre, you're doing this, and you're kind of just walking through those and mentally talking through all of them. And then what Woody and Steve are probably doing on their iPads is going through the displays they're going to see for the different phases of the launch, the different stages. So they have basically a preview mode on there, and they can talk through, okay, at, stage 1A, I'm going to make that call. This is what we're looking for. Remember, we're looking at the altitude tape. So they're basically mentally walking through all the phases because once it happens, once the rocket lights,
it happens fast.
That's exactly from the time it lights to orbit's like 8 to 9 minutes. So you can't. It's too late to talk about it then. So you're using all this time to go through all those sequences and talk about, okay, what if we have to, what if the cage of a stage 2D abort, and what are we going to do, and all the different what ifs, because there's different decision paths in each of those procedures, and you're sort of walking through like, okay, if we go down this path, remember, here's the things to remember. So it's just one last training session, if you will.
Seems like a lot doing these mental reps and going through, but that really greases you.
Exactly, and that's why then it becomes just kind of muscle memory when you're actually in the moment. Then.
All right, we have another question. Joab MSM asks, what does an astronaut do for NASA while they are not in space?
I'm glad you asked that because that's one of the things I try to harp on the most when I do public affairs events is most of our job is not flying in space. Of course, we all love to fly in space, but for example, Tom Marshburn, who was my pilot on Crew 3, he was in the office for 28 years and spent about a year and a half in space, but that's not much time compared to the 28 years in the office. So most of our job is all the development and engineering and science work for all the programs that are going on. So right now, Artemis is what we're all working on. So there's the SLS rocket, there's the Gateway lunar habitat, there's the HLS, which is the human landing system. That's the lunar lander.
That's what you're working on.
That's what I'm working on. Yeah. There's the Orion capsule. So all of us are working on these different programs, helping with the development of them. And then we also have all kinds of other jobs just to keep the office going. So we have, you saw Reed, who was the former chief of the office. Joe is now the chief. So that's a job. Right? You've got branch chiefs who are running all the different personnel in the office. So these are all those jobs are what we do when we're not flying in space, but we still maintain a currency. So you're doing a job, but you're still flying the T-38. You're still doing NBL runs, the neutral buoyancy, which is where we practice our spacewalks. You're still doing biology training, geology training. You're doing all these things, ISS training at a currency level. And then once you're assigned, you stop doing your technical job and work solely on preparing for the launch vehicle on that particular expedition on the space station.
And I know you've been busy, too, because even in your time helping us with the broadcast, we're greatly appreciative of you being here. You've been busy. Like you're on your laptop, finishing up some work and stuff. So we really appreciate you taking the time to be here for the broadcast.
I think that's why we all love our jobs.
Yeah.
It's fun.
All right, let's check in now and go back to Houston, Texas with Courtney Beasley. What's happening in Mission Control, Courtney?
Thanks, Daryl. The flight controllers here in Mission Control Houston are laser focused on the onboard systems of the space station, ensuring it is ready to receive Crew Dragon. They're also making sure all communication links between the station, Dragon, and the ground are working properly. The consensus to this point is that everything is proceeding right on track. Teams here in Mission Control Houston, the team in Hawthorne, and the astronauts aboard the space station will monitor the autonomous docking of the spacecraft tomorrow. They'll perform a series of leak checks, then work to open the hatches on the Dragon side and inside the station's pressurized mating adapter. We expect hatch opening to take place about an hour and a half after docking. Once on board, the astronauts will be greeted by the space station crew and will then join in for welcoming remarks for the new crew members. From there on out, they will no longer be referred to as Crew-6, but rather as flight engineers of the International Space Station until their return back to Earth. Here in Mission Control Houston, Flight Director Chris Dobbins is now on console overseeing the team for launch. And that's it from Mission Control Houston for now, so I'll toss it back to the team in Florida. Daryl.
Commercial Crew program. It was created in 2011 and has been flying astronauts from American soil to the International Space Station for the last 2 years. Let's bring in NASA's Jasmine Hopkins again, who's with Kennedy Center Director Janet Petro and Deputy Director Kelvin Manning.
Thank you so much, Daryl. Janet Petro, Kelvin Manning, always a pleasure to have you guys here. Thanks for being here tonight.
Thank you, Jasmine.
Of course. So, Janet, I know that one of your catchphrases is embrace the challenge. So talk to us about how the workforce has done that here at Kennedy to return to human spaceflight in just the past few years.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I do like to say embrace the challenge, and I would tell you the Kennedy workforce has really embraced the challenge. You know, if I start with last year, we were celebrating our 60th anniversary. We ended the year with that very historic Artemis 1 mission, and we were established 60 years ago, all about the Apollo missions and going back to the moon. So Artemis, we're going back to the moon, more sustainable way. And here we are, and we are going to be with our 6th SpaceX operational mission, Crew-6 tonight. So the whole transformation of the center from that just government-only focused center to what we are today. We have a very vibrant space ecosystem out here, multitude of commercial companies as well as our government programs working. So we have embraced the challenge of transforming to be the 21st century spaceport.
Exactly. And Janet, I'm glad you used that word spaceport. Kelvin, question for you. It's no longer just NASA out here. We're working with a lot of our industry partners. So how is Kennedy supporting them?
Well, we're supporting them in many ways, Jasmine. It's interesting because we have a new vision statement, and our vision is that igniting exploration and discovery for all. And the mission is to provide continuous access to space from Earth's premier spaceport right here through creativity and innovation. So you see all that coming to fruition here through our vision, and it's the government, industry, as well as our international partners.
That is great. Kelvin, thank you so much for sharing that vision. And right now, Crew-6 is launching at the end of Black History Month. We know that Kennedy has been doing a lot to celebrate that as well as the agency. Can you both tell us about that?
Yeah, so we've had a number of events around. One of our employee resource groups is the Black Engineering Strategy Team, BEST. That's our African, but really all of our ERGs here really promote our core value of inclusion that we have here at NASA. We're so proud of all the ERGs. Numerous events throughout throughout the month of February celebrating that.
Exactly. Kelvin, would you like to add anything?
Oh, sure. So,
by the way, Kelvin's our champion for BEST.
Oh,
executive
fantastic.
champion.
Executive champion.
That's correct. And through diversity gives us innovation. You know, people with different backgrounds, different thoughts. We want to be inclusive, like Janet said, and through diversity, we get that innovation that helps us solve the agency's challenges. And we've got a lot in front of us to return to the moon and onto Mars.
Exactly. And one last question. Last year, we had 57 launches from Cape Canaveral. This year, we're slated to have over 90. What do you think of that fury of launches coming for us, Janet?
It really is amazing. You know, the year before last, it was 31, 57, 94. We're going to be well over 100 in a couple years. And all of across the center requires the support for every single launch, whether it's on our property or if it's on the Space Force property. Together, Kelvin talked a little bit about those partnerships. We work together to make all those launches successful, whether it's commercial, whether it's a government launch, a national security mission. We all work together for that. So we're busy, busy, busy. You know, I thought we were really busy for Artemis at the end, and 57 launches this year. We're even going to be more busy, if you will, supporting all those launches. But we are incredibly proud of what we have accomplished at the spaceport. Couldn't have imagined it 10 years ago that we would be at nearly 100 launches in the decade from the last shuttle launch. So incredibly proud of the entire Kennedy workforce.
Exactly. Busy is the right word. Kelvin, anything last to add?
Sure. And the cool part is we have commercial partners out here that haven't launched yet. So we tell people we're just getting started. So it's very exciting.
Right. No, that is perfect. We really are just getting started here at Kennedy. Always great to have both of you here tonight.
Thank you, Jasmine.
Of course.
Thank you.
Daryl, back to you.
Thank you, Jasmine. And if you're just joining us now, welcome to the Kennedy Space Center in Florida and NASA's live coverage of the Crew-6 launch to the International Space Station. I'm Daryl Nail. I'm joined by Raja Chari, a recent flyer on Dragon. Crew-3, the commander. Glad to have you here.
Thanks. It's glad to be here, and it's getting close. The rocket's looking good out there.
It sure is. We've run down through a few milestones already. We've gotten to a critical part where we are awaiting now the launch escape system to be armed, as well as the fueling of the rocket. Leading up until that point, we've had the crew go into the spacecraft that you see right there. They were helped by our closeout team. The umbilicals were attached, which provide breathing air and communications to the astronauts. They did their suit leak checks. We saw them pressurized and then depressed. And then the comms checks were completed with the core, the crew operations resource engineer with SpaceX, and the launch director. And now we are standing by for those next big milestones. And in the meantime, we've been taking your questions from #AskNASA, all of them from social media, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, and Facebook. And we've got a question coming up for us right now on the screen for Raja. And from Twitch asks, how long will the crew stay on space station?
Well, it varies, but generally the expeditions are about 4 to 6 months. It can change a little bit depending on the traffic flow. The space station is sort of like a giant bus terminal in the sky with vehicles coming and going. So yeah, Crew-6 planned about a 6-month stay. When I was up there, Mark Vande Hei did a year-long mission. Then Frank Rubio, who's up there now, will also be about a year-long mission. The reason we're trying to go longer and learn more is as we go to the moon and Mars to stay, we really want to make sure that we understand the effects of the human body on long-duration space flights.
Very good. Another question. Mr. Beast from YouTube asks, what will they be working on during their 6-month stay on the ISS? Also, why will NASA's coverage of the mission switch to an audio-only feed after ascent? Well, I can help out with the audio-only feed, but you want to answer about what they're going to be working on?
Sure. So the big answer is science. And so the ISS is a national laboratory in the sky. And it's specifically, we do research that can only be done in microgravity. You heard Dr. Kurt talk a little bit earlier about some of the things specific to their increment have to do with some tissue chip research. They're going to do some swabs on the outside of the space station, which is the first time we're going to have done that, to see if microbes from our human body. So we bring along as humans this whole, all this stuff that comes off of us. And one curiosity is from a planetary protection standpoint is whether we would be contaminating the outside of the space station and what implications that has for the moon and Mars. They're going to be doing some more plant research. So I would say, we understand how to grow plants in space, but it takes a lot of crew time to do it. So kind of the next step is how to do that with better what we call regolith simulants, which is like basically dirt, because you just can't have normal dirt in space. It floats away. So you need to figure out some way to have a root system, and so that's where kind of the research for plant technology is at right now. So they're going to be involved in all that, but all told, in a normal 6-month increment, they're probably going to do upwards of 300 different science experiments, which is just an incredible number, over 2 a day, and then all the work to support those science experiments.
That's an incredible amount of science that's going to be done. Now, with regards to the second part of that question, why will NASA's coverage of the mission switch to an audio-only feed after ascent. Now, traditionally, we've done video the entire time, but that is correct. We are going to switch to audio only after the ascent portion of the flight, and that's because the length of the crew's transit to the station, which is 24.8 hours, we elected to maintain commentary on mission audio circuits during the lengthy period of non-activity and while the Dragon crew is asleep. So we are continuing coverage nonstop and will resume NASA TV coverage on Monday night prior to the start of critical rendezvous operations. But in the time in between, we're going to allow you to hear the mission audio, that critical communication between the ground and Dragon. If there is any, we'll keep that up live, but we won't have a commentator speaking to it. And now we are getting close to 1 hour until liftoff. This day is the continuation of regular crew flights to the space station from U.S. soil. T-minus 1 hour and 2 minutes and counting until SpaceX's Crew-6 mission, which will be the company's 6th crewed space flight for NASA, following the crewed test flight of Demo 2 and 4 previous operational crewed missions to the space station. It will also be SpaceX's 8th crewed space flight overall, and that includes the private missions, Inspiration 4 and Axiom 1, which visited Raja while he was on board station. Today, our crew is flying on board Dragon Endeavour, and it will be the 4th flight for this capsule, and it will be taking a ride on a brand new Falcon 9 rocket that you see below it. We've had a great countdown so far. We just got a report on the weather, and it's just spectacular out there, both at the pad and then the corridor weather also looks great, according to our friends at JSC. So they're doing some final pad wind evaluations, and it's all coming together, releasing some balloons, getting those final wind data in the upper parts of the atmosphere, and so far everything's looking good. We're getting a little bit of a breeze now,
Dragon
which is
SpaceX
keeping
cycling
the bugs
over
off
tank
us,
isolation
nice.
valves to equalize low flow pressure.
SpaceX Dragon copies.
And so the reason they tell them, so there's nothing the crew's actually doing for that particular call, but they let the crew know a lot of those valve openings and closings, because you can actually hear it and feel it inside the vehicle. You can hear the funk or the clunk, and so it's good to know that's about to happen, so you don't just hear something happening in your vehicle without, otherwise it'd be a bit discomforting to hear a big metal clunk without knowing if that's supposed to happen or not.
It's a good heads up by SpaceX to let the astronauts know what's coming. So with about an hour to go until liftoff, things are really going to start picking up, as you've already noticed. We'll get close to the go, no-go pole to arm the launch escape system, and then, of course, begin the propellant loading. The crew poll for readiness happens at T-minus 60 minutes in just a few seconds. And then the Dragon poll for prop load is at T-minus 55 minutes. From there, at T-minus 45 minutes, there will be an internal mission control Hawthorne poll, and then the launch director's poll for propellant loading. And then when we get to about T-minus 40 minutes,
Dragon
the crew
SpaceX,
access arm will retract.
You are go for section 5 of 4.100. When ready, report go for launch.
And there's the T-minus 60
And
poll.
we copy. We're picking up in 5.1 of 4.100.
So that's that 4.100 procedure we were talking about earlier. So they're still in that, and then there's different sections like we described. So this particular section is preparation for LES arming, or the launch escape system arming. And so what they're doing inside the capsule now is one last check, making sure they're fully restrained. There's no loose items. They may have had their feet out of the boot restraints just to relax and stretch out their legs, but at this point they're going to be putting them all in. And the reason is, once the launch escape system is hot, it's just like an ejection seat. The whole thing can fire, and so you want to be fully restrained, fully in a position where if it did basically pop the capsule off, that you're not going to get injured doing that. And it's armed prior to launch, because as soon as we start putting propellant in the Dragon, you want the ability to basically have that system active.
And when we get to about T-minus 40 minutes, the crew access arm will retract, and the crew will get the call to close their visors and to arm the launch escape system. This is the automated safety system in place that can fire the 8 Super Draco thrusters on Dragon to quickly separate the crew from the rocket, either on the pad or during flight on the ride uphill. And then once we reach about T-minus 35 minutes, propellant loading for the Falcon 9 will begin.
SpaceX Dragon, we are go for launch.
SpaceX copies. Crews go.
There you heard the go. And thanks for tuning in. You're watching live launch coverage of NASA and SpaceX's 6th rotational flight of astronauts and 1 cosmonaut to the International Space Station. We are T-minus 58 minutes and counting until liftoff. And with us today is NASA astronaut Raja Chari, the commander from Crew-3. Thanks so much for being here.
Daryl. And you just heard Steve Bowen say they're go for launch, which is a kind of a cool time for definitely some fist bumps inside the capsule at that point. That's the crew saying we are go for the next few steps of go for propellant loading, LES arming, and go for launch. And so that's that is their vote, and you heard them say they're ready.
Good stuff inside the capsule. Liftoff time is still holding for 1:45 and 3 seconds a.m. Eastern Time. And we're tracking no issues with the Falcon 9 or Dragon, as Raza just mentioned. Got that beautiful shot from the helicopter around the vehicle assembly building. No issues with the Falcon 9 or Dragon. The range is green, and weather both here at the pad and in the launch corridor, the ascent corridor, is cooperating. Now to take you back, over the last 3 hours, our crew of Stephen Bowen, Woody Hoberg, Sultan Al-Nayati, and Andrei Fedyaev have been getting ready to launch into space. And this is going back to crew suit up. Here they are in astronaut crew quarters. After waking up and having a meal, SpaceX helped the astronauts into their suits at that historic crew quarters suit up room. Then the crew walked out on the same path that every NASA astronaut has done since Apollo 7, waving to family and friends and loved ones, as well as the cameras that were there to document their journey. After getting inside their Teslas, new ones, colored black, they joined a caravan led by Center Security on a 20-minute ride to the launch complex 39A. And following their arrival to the pad, you see them doing the rocket recline, looking up at the rocket. And then they went up the tower and walked across this crew access arm, leading them to their spacecraft, making the duck, getting in the hatch, and climbing inside Dragon Endeavour. Then they got strapped in with the help from the closeout crew. And now we are watching them live while they await liftoff. And we're here at the host desk at the Kennedy Space Center. Raj and I have been counting it down as we went along, and he's been giving us great insight into the whole process of getting ready to launch on a mission. It's been really good.
It's been very exciting to be here and to get to see a rocket launch from the outside. So looking forward to it.
Your first time, as a matter of fact, and so we're interested on hearing your reaction after that. But at this time, we are expanding our coverage and would like to welcome in SpaceX and NASA commentators joining us live from Hawthorne, California. Welcome to you both.
All right, thank you, Daryl, and hello to all of our viewers. I'm Gary Jordan with NASA Communications.
And I'm Jesse Anderson, a production engineering manager here at SpaceX. Gary and I are joining you today from our headquarters in Hawthorne, California, and it's definitely been a very busy evening so far. As we continue the countdown to liftoff, we'd like to welcome you to SpaceX Mission Control in Hawthorne. This is where our teams are staffed around the clock to monitor Dragon and the mission overall. On console or headset in Mission Control are 6 key positions. The mission director is in charge of the room and tasked with making real-time decisions to ensure mission success. The person that you may have heard talking to the astronauts is the Crew Operations and Resources Engineer, who you'll hear us refer to as the core throughout the broadcast. And the 4 additional team members are focused on vehicle systems, including avionics, navigation and control, software, propulsion, life support, and communication with ground support teams. Now, apart from Mission Control, our Falcon 9 team is currently located in Firing Room 4 in the Launch Control Center at Kennedy Space Center in Florida. With less than an hour until launch, they are settling in for final checkouts, propellant loading, and for launch.
That's right, and NASA has its own team members in Mission Control in Houston, Texas, where they've been preparing the space station for Dragon's arrival, and recently gave their go for launch, saying that the station itself is ready to receive the new crew. Upon liftoff, today's ride to the space station will take about 25 hours, with Dragon flying autonomously the entire way. And just like an autopilot on a commercial aircraft, the crew always has the ability to take manual control of the spacecraft if necessary.
Now at T-minus 53 minutes and 38 seconds to go, we are looking good for an on-time liftoff. And our very own incredible Kate Tice has been monitoring the progress of the countdown. How's it going, Kate?
Thanks, Jesse. I'm Kate Tice, SpaceX Quality Systems Engineering Manager. And for those that have just recently tuned in, we had a smooth countdown so far today. The Crew-6 astronauts completed ingress at T-minus 2 hours and 23 minutes. And since then, the teams have completed the required comm checks, suit leak checks, and side hatch closure as well as its associated leak check. As for Falcon 9, our two-stage reusable rocket, final propulsion checkouts of first and second stages of the engine began a few minutes ago in preparation for propellant loading. Now that involves testing and cycling the valves and engine pneumatics for pressurization. At T-minus 45 minutes, the team will report their readiness for prop load with a final electronic go, no-go poll. But before we can start loading propellant on the Falcon 9, we have a few tasks to perform. First, we need to retract the crew access arm away from the Dragon capsule to its launch position. That will happen between T-minus 44 minutes and T-minus 42 minutes. Then, with that crew arm out of the way, the launch escape system will be armed. Once those two events are complete, Dragon will be ready for Falcon propellant loading. Now, we'll also verify with the launch weather officer that all the weather meets all the constraints. That includes items such as wind speed, as well as lightning and precipitation. However, for tonight, we expect acceptable weather conditions for launch, both at surface level and upper altitudes. As we reported earlier, the possibility of violation for all of those criteria is only 5%. So pretty good for Cape Canaveral, looking good there. As for the range, currently clear for launch from historic pad 39A. Worldwide network of ground stations and the tracking and data relay satellites, or TDRS, as you hear it called out on the nets, those are ready to support Dragon as it heads into orbit. Today, we have an instantaneous launch window at 1:45 a.m. Eastern. Once we begin propellant loading, there is no opportunity to change that T0. The timing for Dragon to rendezvous with the ISS is incredibly precise down to the exact second. So therefore, we only get one chance to go to space today. But at good news, at T-minus 51 minutes and 5 seconds, we are good for launch. Good to go.
Great to hear, Kate. Today's launch marks the 6th time a rotational crew will fly on a commercial spacecraft. And much like our previous crews, today's crew has been training with our teams at SpaceX for the last several months, running nominal and emergency simulations of what the full mission will look like while seated inside of Dragon. And as with every mission, each one of our crew members brings a diverse set of experiences to today's flight.
That's right, and we'll start with the mission's commander. Steve Bowen was born in Cohasset, Massachusetts. He holds a bachelor's degree in electrical engineering from the U.S. Naval Academy and a master's in ocean engineering from the Joint Program in Applied Ocean Science and Engineering at MIT and Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution. In July 2000, Bowen became the first submarine officer selected as an astronaut by NASA. This will be Bowen's 4th trip into space as a veteran of 3 space shuttle missions, STS-126 in 2008, STS-132 in 2010, and STS-133 in 2011. Bowen has logged more than 40 days in space, including 47 hours, 18 minutes during 7 spacewalks. As the mission commander, he'll be responsible for all phases of flight aboard Dragon, from launch to re-entry.
Warren Woody Hoberg is from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. He earned a bachelor's degree in aeronautics and astronautics from MIT and a doctorate in electrical engineering and computer science from the University of California, Berkeley. He is also a commercial pilot with instrument, single-engine, and multi-engine ratings. The mission will be Hoberg's first flight since his selection as an astronaut in 2017. As pilot, he will be responsible for spacecraft systems and performance on Dragon.
Sultan Al Niyati will be making his first trip into space, representing the Mohammed bin Rashid Space Center of the United Arab Emirates. Aboard Dragon, he'll serve as a mission specialist, working to monitor the spacecraft during the dynamic launch and re-entry phases of flight. He spent time in the UAE military prior to becoming one of the first 2 individuals selected by his country when they started their space program just a few short years ago in 2017. Almaty will be the first UAE astronaut to fly on a commercial spacecraft.
Andrei Fedyayev will be making his first trip to space and will also serve as a mission specialist, monitoring the spacecraft during the dynamic launch and re-entry phases of flight. He was selected as a cosmonaut in 2012 and will be the second cosmonaut to fly aboard a SpaceX Dragon. Each of these crew members will be a part of Expedition 68 upon their arrival to the International Space Station. Now let's head back over to Kate for another status update on the countdown. How's it going, Kate?
Thanks, Jesse. It's now T-minus 48 minutes and 5 seconds. The SpaceX launch teams are finishing final review of data from checkouts of Falcon 9 that have occurred over the last hour. The launch director has confirmed with the launch weather officer that weather meets propellant loading constraints. So next up will be to poll the team for readiness, both to load propellant and to launch. Therefore, that will be the final poll that occurs prior to liftoff. The 7 SpaceX responsible engineers, often called REs, indicate that they are go for launch and prop load electronically, voting on the online countdown procedure. The launch director, or LD, as it's called out on the nets, also checks with the Dragon mission director, or MD, as well as the NASA launch manager to make sure that they are ready. Now, earlier you saw the vehicle assembly building, lovingly referred to as the VAB. The Falcon and Dragon launch team, as well as key NASA launch members, are in the Launch Control Center, which is adjacent to the VAB. You have a view of that room there on the left-hand side of your screen. That is firing room 4, and they have a view looking straight toward pad 39A. Now, there also on your screen on the right-hand side, you can see the Dragon capsule. That crew access arm is still in the service position. Inside the capsule there are 4 crew members looking pretty comfy and pretty relaxed prior to liftoff. As you can see, that crew on board Dragon, they're waiting for the next instructions, which will be to stow the crew arm for launch and to arm the launch escape system. Now, once the launch director gives the final instructions to the launch team, the crew arm sequence will be armed and initiated. Now, we should get a good view of the access arm as it swings away from the capsule, which will take about 2 minutes to completely move out of the way. Checking in on the range continues to be go for launch there. They are monitoring the clearance area around the launch pad as well as the air and sea space around the flight corridor. There at Kennedy Space Center, the weather conditions are predicted to be acceptable for launch. As I mentioned before, only a 5% chance of violating the conditions, which include winds, both upper and launch altitudes, thick clouds, as well as the downrange landing zones. In the unlikely event that an abort is called for in that escape sequence, we have to make sure that the weather for those downrange landing zones is also acceptable. But everything is looking good on the weather front. Now, we are expecting that final poll from the LD to occur here in about 20 seconds. So we will pause and listen in for that announcement.
Poll is complete, and the team is ready for crew access arm retract, propellant load, and launch. Both control rooms will go into lockdown at T-minus 45 minutes and remain in that state until the launch escape system is disarmed. All operators are to remain in their console and maintain a sterile cockpit until MD confirms successful disarming of the launch escape system following orbit insertion or propellant offload in the event of a scrub. For non-urgent no-go conditions, brief the CE or the LD, and they'll approve aborting the launch countdown. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operators shall call hold on the countdown net. Launch control will abort the launch sequence immediately and proceed into the launch abort sequence. At T-minus 10 seconds, launch control will be hands-off, relying on automated abort criteria for the remainder of the count. Operators advise the launch director whether structural breakup is imminent or occurring per Dragon manual escape flight rules. Launch control, you may proceed with arming the crew arm for movement.
Proceeding with crew arm movement.
All right, as you just heard there, that final go for launch as well as for propellant load coming from the launch director or LD. So all good news there. We are still go for space tonight. As of right now, the crew access arm is being prepared to be moved out of the way. So to basically to clear room for the Falcon 9 to lift off. So to follow along with that action live, let's go back
Crew
over
access
to...
arm retraction has started.
And there's that call out for that retraction beginning. Let's go back over to Daryl to follow that live at KSC.
All right, thank you, Kate. Appreciate it. The countdown continuing to tick down as you see the crew access arm moving away. I'm here with astronaut Rajachari. That crew access arm, as it rotates out of the way, is that something that you can feel when it disconnects?
So we talked about that. we could definitely hear thought we sense the vibration of it. I think we got a little bit of sense of motion from the wind, but I don't know if we were just imagining it or not. Because there's a whole lot of your senses are super heightened right now. Yeah. So you're definitely. We actually did talk through. I do remember talking to them as we talked earlier about how you're kind of going through different scenarios and timelines. And one thing is, if there is an emergency egress button in the capsule, but one of the things, the big difference is now that the arm is swung back, is you definitely want to make sure the arm has swung back towards you in the event of an egress. That makes sense, because you don't want to step out into nothing. Because at this point, the LES is not hot. But the arm is retracted
arm would
away.
have to come
the arm
back.
has to swing back. Yes, and there's two rates. So the arm moves away at a slow rate, but in the event of emergency egress, it swings back at a pretty quick rate, rightfully so, because you want to get out quickly.
Yeah.
But that's one of the things they're probably talking through. Is like, hey, don't forget, first person out the door. Make sure to look down first. Make sure there's
that's important.
That's a big first step.
Yeah.
if it hasn't swung back into place.
Great insight there, Raja, on the crew access arm. I didn't know that about it being able to return so quickly, but it makes great sense from a safety perspective. And so now, coming up, we expect to hear a call to arm the launch escape system.
Yep, and so the crew at this point, in preparation for that, will be putting the visors down. They should have already done all those steps. They'll verify that, and once they get the go, then they will arm the LES and get confirmation that it is armed. We talked before about the hatch closed state, so that's also in this phase. That's the way you actually know it's armed is you see the flight computer state change. So it's a command you send to put it into the armed state, and then you know it's happened when you'll hear sounds, but that's the official way you know it's actually there. And really the purpose of the LES, the launch escape system, is it's both an automated and a manual system. So there's the vehicle is monitoring a whole bunch of parameters, and so one of the reasons they have to do a poll for arming is all the operators on the ground are checking that there's no parameter out of limits that would trigger an escape inadvertently. So you don't want to turn on the system only to have it immediately fire the capsule off. So the first thing they're doing is making sure all the parameters are stable, the telemetry is good, there's no noisy signals in the data that would inadvertently trigger it. And then you arm the system, and then once it's armed, there's the automated abort, and then there's also a manual abort. So I don't know that you can see it in the camera views we have, but there's a handle that sits between Woody and Steve that you can reach, you rotate and pull, that will manually initiate an abort. And so just very similar to an ejection seat where you pull
Crew
the handle.
access arm retraction complete.
I mean, that's a big responsibility for the commander and pilot if you had to pull that handle. I mean, you don't want to do that unless you're absolutely certain.
Exactly.
You gotta get out of there.
Exactly. And so there's the few cases, or if that's why earlier they did all those checks on the loops to make sure that the people on the ground that have the insight to the status of the F9 and the Dragon have the ability to talk to the crew. So if there was a failure of the automated system, that someone could tell the crew to manually initiate, or there may be some scenarios where the crew may notice something first and manually initiate.
In just a few seconds, we're going to hear Dragon to ground and that announcement for go for section 7. And,
Dragon, SpaceX, you are go for Section 6. Close visors and arm launch escape system.
Okay, Section 6. Right.
All right, Section 6 is in work.
I think it used to be 7, though.
It is, yeah. So which it's a great sign that they're constantly, like we talked about before.
SpaceX Dragon visors are closed.
Constantly learning and making changes to procedures.
Right. Earlier tonight, we saw a lot of work happening in parallel for the first time. So we had a lot of margin left over. And there you can see the white room exposed to the elements outside.
SpaceX Dragon arming and launch escape system.
Okay, so that's Steve telling them that they're
SpaceX copies.
initiating the command. Like we mentioned, they'll do it. Actually, you can hear this. You can definitely hear this and feel it in the vehicle. There's some valves that are opening that are to the Super Dracos, which are the engines that would fire to initiate an abort, and those valves are safed until this point. So this command is essentially unsafing those valves, and you can very definitely hear and feel that inside the capsule.
Those Super Draco engines you mentioned, Raja, capable of moving Dragon half a mile in just 7.5 seconds, equivalent to a peak velocity of 436 miles per hour. Such a tremendous focus on safety because the astronaut lives are in the hands of SpaceX, and they want to get them out of there as fast as possible if there were to be an abort.
It's an impressive system. So actually, we did a flight test of the abort system before Demo 2, and that was impressive to see that thing work. And yeah, just a strong testament. I think one of the key things of the commercial crew program of having launch abort systems on both the Starliner and the Dragon, just a testament to how much we've learned over the years of space flight and try to make it as safe as we can going forward. You heard the call from SpaceX confirming that the launch escape system is armed. So the next big thing now that it's armed, now it is safe to start loading prop once they get the go for that.
If there were a pad abort, it would take the Dragon capsule 2.5 miles east of Pad A into the Atlantic Ocean. Dragon would come down under its parachutes, land in the ocean. Could take about 4 hours to remove the crew. We have assets with the Air Force called Detachment 3.
Yep, Det 3 is what they call it. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's what's called PJs, or pararescue jumpers. So we use a myriad of assets. The Air Force and Navy help support these launches on both coasts. Basically, the C-17, C-130s, helicopters, PJs. It's quite a group, and all the more reason we have to look at that whole weather and abort corridor to have that ready if we need help.
Yeah, because if they landed in the Atlantic Ocean, it would take some time to get there. We've got assets along the eastern seaboard. Could take about 6 to 8 hours. So you want those seas to be calm and not bobbing around in the ocean for that long.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, we're getting ready to get that propellant load started.
And once they start that load, you'll start making calls for different phases of load, like the LOX, the helium, different things. And the reason they're doing that is, again, you can hear that and feel it inside the vehicle as different valves open and close. You can hear the sounds of fluid flowing, feel some different vibrations. And so that's why they're calling those, so the crew is aware of if something's nominal or off nominal. If you hear a sound without a call, that could make you worry. So that way you know, like, okay, that's the one that we expected to, that valve was supposed to open or supposed to close.
Mm.
Propellant load has started.
Okay, and there we have the call that propellant load has begun. A big milestone as we count down to liftoff. Now T-minus 34 minutes and counting. Today we'll begin the next 6-month rotation mission to the International Space Station. The launch escape system is armed, which happened just before we began loading the propellant onto Falcon 9. Meanwhile, the Dragon capsule was loaded with its propellants about a week and a half ago, just a few miles down the road at a facility SpaceX calls Dragonland. In order to fly, Dragon needs a fuel and an oxidizer. For the fuel, SpaceX uses monomethyl hydrazine, or MMH, and nitrogen tetroxide, or NTO, for oxidizer, and together, these propellants feed those Draco engines that maneuver Dragon on orbit, as well as the 8 Super Draco engines that would power the launch escape system in an abort scenario. And again, now that the fueling for Falcon 9 has started, that means the 8 Super Draco engines inside Crew Dragon are ready, if needed, to to launch the capsule away from the Falcon 9 rocket in an instant should there be any kind of emergency associated with the rocket or the pad. Of course, NASA and SpaceX trains extensively for exactly that type of contingency. So now let's head over to SpaceX commentator Kate Tice at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne for an operations update. Kate.
Thanks, Daryl. Yeah, exactly right. We're continuing to count down the final minutes. Everything's still looking good for Falcon 9 and Dragon, with the teams reporting no major issues at this time. Now, with the launch escape system armed and Falcon 9 propellant loading underway, we are heading for an on-time launch just under 33 minutes from now. As we saw earlier, or rather heard, Falcon 9 propellant load began at T-minus 35 minutes. Daryl did a great job of explaining the propellants on Dragon. Let's talk a little bit about the propellants on Falcon 9. Slightly different. The first and second stages of Falcon 9 are each loaded with 2 liquid propellants. One is fuel, loaded into a tank at the bottom of the stage. The other, an oxidizer, loaded into a tank at the top of the stage. The fuel that we use to power the Merlin engines is a refined kerosene, referred to as RP1 or Rocket Propellant 1. The oxidizer loaded on each stage is a densified liquid oxygen, or LOX. Densified meaning that it's kept much colder than typical for launch vehicles, therefore it takes up less volume, which allows for us to put more of that oxidizer into the first and second stages. To ignite the fuel and the oxidizer in the Merlin rocket engine, we use the ignition fluids of triethyl aluminum and triethyl boron, also called TTEB. Now, when TTEB comes into contact with oxygen, it burns, giving off a green-colored flame. Once we have the flame going, we add a little bit of that kerosene fuel into the Merlin chamber, and the engine ramps up to full power. Now, actually, you might see that green flash just as the second stage engine ignites following stage separation. Now, topping off, helium into pressure vessels on both stages also underway. This is used to pressurize the tanks in flight as propellant is pulled out by the Merlin turbo pumps. You can think of this similar to when you're drinking out of a plastic water bottle. You have to put some air back into the bottle in order to keep it from crumpling. So that's exactly what we're doing with that helium. On board the spacecraft, the astronauts are monitoring the systems while propellants are loaded into the Falcon 9 below them. The crew's training in the simulator here at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California, actually includes playback of sounds recorded in Dragon capsules during recent flights. So even though today is the first day they're hearing it live, they are prepared for these new sounds. Now, the range continues to report no problems.
Stage 1 cryo-helium loading has started.
They are go to support launch. Weather also continues to look great. Currently, winds from the west-southwest at 9 miles per hour. Great conditions. We only have a 5% probability of violation for those constraints, so all in all, looking good. As I mentioned earlier, today we have an instantaneous launch time. So at this point, if we hear a hold for any reason, we'll have to stand down and target our backup launch opportunity, which is tomorrow, just under 24 hours from tonight's planned launch. Now at T-minus 30 minutes and 6 seconds, let's turn it over to Jesse and Gary for an overview of events that we'll see after liftoff.
Thanks, Kate. For Crew-6, the astronauts' flight to station will take about 25 hours.
Now, as we wait for that T0 mark in just under 30 minutes, the ground operations teams are doing a series of system checks to make sure that both the Dragon and the Falcon 9 are ready for launch. You're looking at a live view of our teams at the Cape as they prepare for liftoff. Now, as we wait for that launch clock to hit 0, we wanted to give you an overview of what the ascent portion of the mission is going to look like.
Once we hit T0 and a successful launch occurs, we will watch Falcon 9 and Dragon lift off from historic launch pad 39A and make their ascent.
At about 50 seconds into flight, Falcon 9's engines will throttle down to help pass through the period of maximum dynamic pressure on the rocket, or what we typically refer to as max Q. It's worth noting that once we hit max Q, the vehicle will be going supersonic.
Now, once we are through the period of maximum dynamic pressure, we can throttle up our 9 Merlin engines again. From there, at about 2.5 minutes into flight, we have a series of 3 events that will happen in rapid succession.
First is MECO, or main engine cutoff. This is where all 9 Merlin 1D engines shut off in preparation for stage separation, which is our second event. This is where the first stage detaches from the second stage, with the first stage making its way back to Earth for landing, as a second stage continues its journey with the third event, SES-1, or Second Stage Engine Start Number 1, where the MVAC engine lights up and propels the second stage, along with our Crew-6 astronauts, into orbit.
As Stage 2 heads towards its targeted drop-off orbit, Stage 1 will execute 2 burns in order to make its way back down to Earth. The first is the entry burn. That's where 3 of the M1D engines will reignite and then shut down again. This helps to slow the stage down in preparation for entry back into the Earth's atmosphere.
And while that first stage is heading back to Earth, the second stage will cut off its 1 Merlin engine that was ignited right after stage separation. Once this happens, we'll wait for a confirmation of a good orbital insertion.
About 90 seconds after Dragon gets into orbit, Falcon 9 will land back on Earth. The landing burn is just a single engine burn, but it's powerful enough to bring the vehicle's speed down rapidly in order to land on the drone ship at about 9.5 minutes into the mission.
While Falcon 9 first stage is landing, Dragon is preparing to separate from the second stage. At about 3 minutes after the second stage gets into orbit, we should have a great view of Dragon with its 4-person crew drifting away from the second stage. Once Dragon is a short distance away, it'll begin checking out its Draco maneuvering thrusters to make sure Dragon continues to increase separation distance from that second stage. It's worth noting that these are not the Super Draco engines that would be used during an abort scenario.
About 40 seconds after separation, Dragon's nose cone deploy sequence will begin. It will take roughly 4 minutes for the nose cone hooks to unlatch and open, exposing its guidance navigation controls that will help Dragon autonomously fly to the space station.
And lastly, once the nose cone is deployed, the remaining Draco thrusters on the forward bulkhead will be checked. From there, over the next 25 hours, Dragon will be on its approach and rendezvous phases, undergoing a number of phasing burns as it makes its way to the station. And all of that will be coming up soon. But for now, let's check back in with Courtney in Mission Control Houston. Courtney.
Thanks, Gary. The flight controllers here in Mission Control Houston are laser focused on the onboard systems of the space station, ensuring it is ready to receive Crew Dragon. They're also making sure all communication links between the station, Dragon, and the ground are working properly. The consensus to this point is that everything is proceeding right on track. The team here in Mission Control Houston, the team in Hawthorne, and the astronauts aboard the space station will monitor the autonomous docking of the Dragon spacecraft tomorrow. They'll perform a series of leak checks, then work to open the hatches on both the Dragon side and inside the station's pressurized mating adapter. We expect hatch opening to take place about an hour and a half after docking. And once on board, the astronauts will be greeted by the space station crew and will then join in for welcoming remarks for the new crew members. From there on out, they will no longer be referred to as Crew-6, but rather as flight engineers of the International Space Station until their return back to Earth. Here in Mission Control Houston, Flight Director Chris Dobbins is on console overseeing the team for launch. And that'll do it from here in Mission Control Houston, so I'll toss it back over to our team in Florida. Daryl, how's it looking?
Thank you very much, Courtney. And we're out here at the Kennedy Space Center. Folks are gathering on the lawn now, getting ready for this launch. And it's a beautiful sight behind us, Raja.
It's looking pretty good. It's a great view, and looking forward to seeing my first launch and watching another turtle go to space.
Yeah, we're going to watch the launch. We're going to watch you. see your reaction. Well, if you're just joining us, we are T-minus 24 minutes and counting now until the 6th astronaut rotation mission to the International Space Station under NASA's Commercial Crew Program. Commander Stephen Bowen, pilot Woody Hoberg, and mission specialists Sultan Al-Niyadi and Andrei Fedyaev are strapped into their seats inside Dragon Endeavour. They're in that capsule right there as the Falcon 9 rocket fueling operation is well underway. The launch escape system is armed, and that means Dragon is prepared to launch itself away from the Falcon 9 in case of an emergency on the pad or after liftoff. So far, operations look and sound as expected, counting down to that liftoff at 1:45 and 3 seconds a.m. Eastern Time.
Yep, and we heard the call from the Corps that the Stage 2 cryo-helium load had started, and like they described out at Hawthorne, so far what we've loaded is the gas to pressurize the tanks. Around probably about 3-ish minutes from now, we'll actually start the gas itself. So, like they're describing, you need pressure to move the gas, and then you need the actual gas in the LOX itself. So, right now they are loading that helium that pressurizes the tanks, and then the next thing will be the fuel and then the oxidizer.
Those inert gases, key to pressurizing those, especially the LOX. This mission is the continuation of rotational crew flights to the International Space Station from U.S. soil on private rockets and spacecraft, and it would have been possible without the success of course, NASA SpaceX Demo 2, that test flight, now two and a half years ago. Of course, it was the safe delivery and return of Crews 1 and 2 that got the operational flights rolling. There you can see inside the Dragon.
You can see their visors are down and will stay down now since the LES is armed, and you can see they're also not riding or doing anything more at this point with the LES armed. You just have to wait until they're done with that, the prop loading.
Yep. And you can see now evidence that that liquid oxygen is flowing into that first stage as it super chills the outer skin of the rocket, and then it condenses the Florida humid air into a little bit of a cloud there. Talking about the crew inside, the commander of Crew-6 is Captain Stephen Bowen. He hails from Cohasset, Massachusetts. He's married with 3 children. He holds the title of first U.S. Navy submarine officer to be selected as a mission specialist by NASA. Captain Bowen is also a veteran of NASA space flights, including space shuttle flights on STS-126, 132, and 133.
And Steve's a veteran spacewalker and just a great veteran to have around the office, and great commander to have for 3 rookies. He's just, and I think what we've learned about submarines is they're a lot like a space station. Kayla, who's also a submarine, likes to say that both things are, putting people where people aren't meant to be, and a lot of the systems and ways you have to work together are very similar.
And you need good people working together in those tight quarters. Sitting next to Stephen is pilot Warren Woody Hoberg. The 37-year-old is from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. He studied aeronautics and astronautics from MIT before getting a doctorate in electrical engineering and computer science from the University of California, Berkeley. During grad school, Hoberg worked as an EMT with the Yosemite Search and Rescue. I've seen pictures of him on a rope scaling Half Dome. Crew-6 will be Hoberg's first flight since NASA selected him to be an astronaut in 2017. He is one sharp fellow, but also a great guy.
Yeah, and also a turtle. So proud to see him going up there as yet another member of our, and super excited. Woody, like you said, just amazingly brilliant, but also just so operationally sound. His time working as basically rescuing people from ridiculous places.
Right.
I mean, we're not talking run-of-the-mill like,
No.
off a ski slope. We're talking like off of rock faces and cliffs and just some, crazy stuff. And doing that and carrying someone else with you who's injured
Right.
is no joke.
High-risk rescues, and it's incredible what he's been able to accomplish before becoming an astronaut. In the role of mission specialist is astronaut Sultan Al-Niyati.
Stage 2, RP1 load complete.
Okay, we heard the RP1 complete in the Stage 2. Stage 1 will continue going all the way down to around T-minus 6 minutes. Back to Sultan. He was chosen by the Mohammed bin Rashid Space Center of the United Arab Emirates to be part of Expeditions 68-69. The father of 5 spent most of his life in Al Ain in Abu Dhabi. But in 2020, he traded it all in for astronaut training in Houston at NASA's Johnson Space Center. And this will be his first trip to space.
Yeah, and so important to have our UAE partners with us, the first long-duration UAE flight. So what a historic moment for UAE and for NASA to be working in partnership with them. Like you heard Hazad mention earlier, Sultan and him had trained together at Roscosmos, now trained together here, and it's cool to see Sultan now going up there on a U.S. commercial rocket to go to the space station.
And now we just heard the call. The strong back chill has begun. And you can see the condensing of the outside air, that super chilled liquid oxygen, both chilling the rocket and, of course, the venting of that LOX going out into the air. Our next mission specialist Andrei Fedyev. It's also his first trip to space for the second mission specialist. He's a Roscosmos cosmonaut, and he will be working to monitor the spacecraft during the dynamic launch and re-entry phases of flight. He will be a flight engineer for Expedition 68.
And yeah, considering the partnership with cosmonauts riding on Dragons and U.S. astronauts riding on Soyuz, so great to see that continuing. And Andre, the latest cosmonaut heading up on a Dragon.
And happy birthday to him.
Yeah.
He turns 42. What a way to celebrate. Each of these 4 crew members will be part of the Expedition 68 once they arrive at the International Space Station. At this moment, Raja, what's the crew feeling?
I think it's hoping that everything continues. You've trained so long for this. You obviously don't want to get what's called go fever, when meaning you're going to ignore a problem, but you're just kind of just hoping that there's not any problems that pop up at this point. And most of it's honestly out of your control. But you have complete trust in the team. This is where, the reason we've trained so long and trained with these actual operators, the same people who are in the loops, is if there are any issues, you can hear it in their voices. You've worked with them, you know them. Complete confidence in the JSC and MCCX, the Hawthorne teams, and just actually looking forward to actually getting to execute what you've trained so long to do.
It makes sense. So much work and so much effort over the years has gone in to get to this point. You want to keep going.
Yep. Yeah, and it's and I think right now just the final. My guess is what they're talking through is, so again on those displays, they're probably looking forward a few events and talking through those. And so specifically, they are probably talking through the different launch abort phases. So you'll hear once they actually lift off, you'll hear Stephen calling 1A, 1B, 2A. Those are the different launch abort stages. And what they're probably talking through right now is the timing of that, what things they're looking for on the displays, and just again sort of rehearsing as much as you can, because once it happens really quick. So you just kind of running through things over and over again. The other thing there.
Start of stage 2 locks load.
Right. So there's the start of the locks being loaded on stage 2. You heard the call there, so things still progressing well. And so the crew has a timeline of these events. So that's another way they can kind of QC if things are proceeding, maybe if the fuel is taking longer or slower to slow, so they're kind of comparing where they're sitting on the clock versus those calls, and gives them a sense of how things are going. But there's no immediate direct telemetry in the Dragon capsule that tells you all the subsystems in the F9 rocket. You're relying on the timing and some cues and listening to these calls to know what's going on with the rocket itself. Once it launches, you have telemetry on the F9 engines, the status of the throttling command. So he talked about out at Hawthorne, the max Q event and the throttle down. You can see that, you can feel it. And actually, that was probably what I thought as one of the coolest things about our launch was that we could feel and hear the throttle down before we saw it in the telemetry. So for all the automation and all the coolness of electronics, I thought it was amazing and very awesome that the person could still beat the machine.
How about that?
But so that's kind of what since they don't have that insight to the F9 rocket, they're relying on the calls and the timing as they are sitting here now, and just making sure everything's on track.
Critical communications to the astronauts so they know exactly what's going on, as Raja mentioned. If you're outside and getting ready to watch this launch, you can hear it on the radio. It'll be available on local amateur VHF radio frequency 146.940 megahertz and on the UHF radio frequency 444.925 megahertz FM mode, heard within Brevard County on the Space Coast.
So the next thing you should be, as we get closer to 10 minutes, they're going to make sure the launch displays are set up. And the reason they're going to do that is because once the launch happens, you have the ability all the displays are touchscreen, so you can change them and move them, but you don't want to be doing that during launch. And so there's a check in there to make sure you have all the views you want. Generally, what I'm guessing they'll do is they'll scroll on the procedure to where they expect so they don't have to scroll while they're under G's. They'll make sure that the mission specialists have the views that they need. You can see Andre's actually reaching up there right now. So they'll kind of check to make sure that their line of sight is not obstructed. And that one more check of probably the volume control of their seats, that everyone can hear each other. Maybe give it a few clicks to account for the fact that it's going to get a little louder after launch.
All right, let's get another update from SpaceX and check in with Kate Tice.
Thanks, Daryl. We are T-minus 13 minutes and 47 seconds from launch. Everything's still looking good for tonight's Falcon 9 launch for Dragon Crew-6. If you've been following along, you know that Falcon 9 began propellant load at T-minus 35 minutes. Loading of the RP-1 fuel on the second stage is complete. That finished around T-minus 20 minutes. Fuel loading on the first stage continues. It's approximately 75% full and will finish around T-minus 6 minutes. Densified liquid oxygen loading is underway on both the first and second stages. They are looking about 80% full on the first stage and just under 10% on the second stage. That will wrap up at T-minus 3 minutes and T-minus 2 minutes respectively. Checkouts of the thrust vector controllers, what we call TVC wiggles, those are coming up. That's basically when we use those thrust vector controllers to slightly move each engine nozzle. That's what allows Falcon 9 to steer itself during ascent. Dragon Mission Director and team reporting no major issues at this time. Communication checkouts are complete. The crew access arm is retracted, as you can see there on your screen. It's nowhere in sight. The crew access arm, the launch escape system is armed, and the crew is strapped into their seats and ready to go to space. Final instructions to the crew will come at T-minus 10 minutes. The crew displays will be configured for launch. That setup gives the crew insight into how the launch is proceeding and provides constant updates on vehicle health. You can see the crew there on the right-hand side of your screen now, looking pretty comfortable. At T-minus 5 minutes, we'll be in terminal count, and Dragon will then transition to internal power. We'll hear continued callouts on the countdown net as we continue to get closer to liftoff. As for the range, they remain green for launch, ready to go. Weather also still looking really good. Winds down to 4 miles per hour coming from the west. Only a 5% chance of violation for the criteria, so continues to look good. I'm sure if it was daylight, it would probably be a cloudless sky for the most part there at Kennedy Space Center. So with that in mind, let's go back to Daryl at Kennedy as we continue to approach liftoff just under 11 and a half minutes from now.
All right, good call outs there, Kate. Appreciate that. Some final thoughts from the commander of Crew 3 before we watch Crew 6 lift off.
It's a great time to be here. You'll hear them in a few minutes. When they make the 10-minute call and confirm their displays are ready, the crew will probably give a message thanking folks and just the thoughts on their mind. There's a lot of work and a lot of people that have worked a long time to get them here, and it's a pretty special moment.
And when they lift off, they'll be 260 miles over southwest of New Zealand. And with that, we want to focus on the pad now as we proceed through the final stretch of the countdown. We'll turn it over to Gary and Kate at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California, to take us through launch and ascent.
Thanks, Daryl. The energy is certainly starting to grow as we get closer and closer to T0. As you can see the vehicle there at pad 39A, that's Falcon 9 with the Dragon capsule positioned on top. Now we're going to go through a couple of things, including some physical changes to the pad, but you will likely hear a number of call-outs after liftoff that are basically indicative of the various abort modes that Dragon passes through during flight.
Now T-minus 10 minutes.
Dragon, SpaceX, confirmed crew displays are configured for launch.
SpaceX Dragon crew displays are configured for launch.
SpaceX copies. On behalf of our entire team at SpaceX, we are honored to have you aboard Dragon Capsule Endeavour today for its next trip to the International Space Station. We wish you a great mission, good luck, Godspeed, and enjoy the ride.
And thank you very much for those kind words. We'd like to thank all the trainers, technicians, engineers, decision makers, and planners who have defined our mission ahead and trained us and given the faith in us to execute that mission. And Crew-6 is ready to launch.
And those words coming from the crew Crew-6 inside the Dragon right now, under 9 minutes from launch. Those final instructions meaning we are in terminal count. Falcon 9 launch commit criteria is getting checked by the computers. And we're in the final stretch here, inside 10 minutes until liftoff. Kate was mentioning a series of number and letter combinations that you'll hear upon ascent once we get to that point. That'll be those different abort modes that we'll be tracking throughout the ascent. There's an Alpha and Bravo on the first stage, and there's 2A through 2E on the second stage as we track it up the eastern seaboard. Right now coming up on T-minus 8 minutes. The next major milestone that we'll be hearing will be about the engine chill.
That's right. That's a important step of the countdown. That's basically when at T-minus 7 minutes, we will open the pre-valves of the engines to allow a little bit of the super chilled liquid oxygen into the Merlin turbopumps prior to the full flow of LOX that occurs during ignition. Now, that's important because at this point in time, all the hardware is at ambient temperature. So by opening the pre-valves and flowing a little bit of that super chilled, densified liquid oxygen helps prepare the hardware for that colder temperature when the full flow of LOX occurs. We should hear that call out in about 10 seconds.
Engine chill.
And there's that call out indicating that those pre-valves have been opened, and now there's a little bit of that super chilled liquid oxygen flowing through the hardware, basically chilling it out prior to liftoff.
That's right. In the meantime, we're tracking fuel on the vehicle. Stage 2 RP1, or the fuel on the second stage, is complete. It's one of the earlier tanks to be completely filled in the countdown. But as we continue to track the fuel loading, the next thing will be the Stage 1 RP load.
Complete.
That's coming up here in about 15 seconds. Later in the countdown, we'll be tracking the tanks of oxidizer being completely filled.
That RP1 load is now complete on the first stage. So at this point in time, all RP1 is now on Falcon 9, both for the first and second stages. LOX load continues, wrapping up at about T-minus 3 minutes for first stage and T-minus 2 minutes for the second stage. Coming up, we'll hear the call for Dragon to...
Dragon SpaceX, for awareness, we are seeing a T-tab load issue and are troubleshooting. We are currently still go, but have further evaluation before making a final decision. We'll get you a final read before T0.
And SpaceX Dragon comes.
That call out there just communicating to the crew that the launch teams are troubleshooting a small issue with T-Teb, and they will have some more information for the crew in the next couple of minutes. That T-Teb, as I mentioned earlier.
Dragon isn't configured for terminal count.
And there's that call.
Tanks are pressurizing for strong back retract.
A lot of information coming through right now, just indicating that that Dragon is now on internal power, and now we are basically preparing to retract the strong back, which is the white structure there to the right of the rocket. We will see the clamps open just under those clamps, just under the Dragon trunk. Those will begin to open, and the strong back will retract away from the vehicle.
Yeah, that's right. We'll see those clamps on the top of the structure there, just under the Dragon's trunk, which you can identify by the black solar panels on the left of the base of the capsule itself and to the right. And then the structure itself will lean about 2 degrees, and then it will retract the rest of the way once Dragon actually hits that T0 mark and lifts off. We're seeing those clamps being undone now. The 2 degree lean will be very subtle. and then you'll see it more when we hit that T0 mark.
That's right. At liftoff, Falcon 9 will, or excuse me, the TE will actually retract to 45 degrees to clear the way for Falcon 9. That TE is basically what has the umbilicals that attach to the vehicle that provide power, telemetry, and fluids prior to liftoff.
Now, coming up in 10 seconds, we'll be listening for a call on stage 1 liquid oxygen load being complete.
Dragon is in terminal count and on internal power.
Minus 2 minutes,
This
30
is the
seconds.
LD on countdown 1. Hold, hold, hold. We are standing down due to a T-tab ground issue.
As you just heard, we
Launch
have.
support has started.
As you just heard, we have a hold tonight due to the T-tab issue that I mentioned prior, and the
Dragon SpaceX with that call from LD. You are go to step into 5.100 launch scrub.
5.100 launch scrub. That's in work.
As with everything else, we are prepared for all scenarios, including, unfortunately, as we've seen tonight, a scrub. So the teams are now stepping into those procedures.
That's right. Again, it was the teams were tracking a ground issue with T-tab. That's the ignition fluid that actually sparks with the oxidizer and allows the engines to fire. The teams were tracking this issue. And so we're in a nominal scrub configuration. We'll start to see sort of a sequence of reversing some of the milestones we've been tracking as part of this countdown until the crew access arm swings back to the side hatch. And so the crew can egress the vehicle as part of a nominal launch scrub.
So for those of you just joining at about just under T minus 2.5 minutes, we unfortunately had a scrub due to a T-tab issue with the ground systems. So as Gary mentioned, we are in a nominal scrub configuration. There we have our procedures now being enacted to basically reverse all the progress that we made this evening, including propellant offload and bringing that crew access arm back into position and getting the astronauts out. Up until that point, everything was looking good. The ground team had reported that issue. I believe it was around T minus 5 minutes. At this point in time, the launch escape system is still armed, with the crew continuing to look comfortable there inside Dragon Endeavour.
And Dragon, LD on countdown 1. At this time, our offloads are underway. Vehicle is safe and proceeding nominally with offload. Expecting about a 50-minute offload.
SpaceX Dragon copies about a 50-minute offload. We'll be sitting here waiting. Thanks.
So it will be a very methodical process to offload the Falcon 9 with the propellant and oxidizer. You can see some of that oxygen billowing off still. That'll be part of the sequence. They've also re-enabled auxiliary power to by umbilical to the Dragon as they work their way through the nominal scrub timeline. Again, that's a 50-minute offload. For those, again, that are joining, we are in a scrub situation just under 2 minutes and 30 seconds from launch. Teams declared a scrub due to tracking a ground issue with TTEB. This is the ignition fluid that's used for the first and second stages that ignites the oxidizer for igniting the engines themselves to lift Dragon and into space. They were tracking this issue and declared a scrub again at the 2-minute 30-second mark. So we're going through a nominal scrub with a 50-minute fuel offload. You can see the strong back clamps have been re-enabled in this view right here. After we offload prop, we'll see the crew access arm swing back to get the crew out. In the meantime, the launch escape system, which enables the Super Dracos to fire should there be any anomaly with the Falcon 9 during the offload procedure. The crew does have the ability to perform a pad abort. Right now, the ground teams are tracking no issues, everything going according to plan for a nominal scrub. All right, for those who are just joining, as a reminder, we are in a scrub at just under 2 minutes, 30 seconds from launch. The ground teams declared a scrub as they were tracking a ground issue with the TTEB ignition fluid. And as a precaution, made a scrub for today's launch as we were counting down to T0. Now we're working our way through nominal scrub procedures, which include offloading the fuel and oxidizer that are loaded on the Falcon 9 right now. You can see we made our way through the countdown to a strong back retract that has been put back into place, and the clamps just under the trunk of Dragon are now in their configuration that they were prior to that part of the countdown. And Kate, we're making our way through offloading that Falcon 9.
That's right. In total, that prop offload is expected to take 50 minutes, 50. So unfortunately, at this point in time, there's not a whole lot that the crew there can do except patiently wait. I could imagine that they might be a little sad as of because otherwise they would be in space at this point, effectively. But right now, as you can see, they are just sitting back and relaxing as the Falcon 9 teams on the ground continue to keep them updated. As Gary said, this is a nominal scrub procedure or configuration. We have procedures listing out every step of this. So right now we are basically unfueling Falcon 9 from both the first and second stages, as Falcon 9 was nearly fully loaded at the time of the scrub. So as this continues, we will see some puffs of white clouds like you just saw there live as that detanking effectively is underway. We will also see the crew access arm go back into the service position. That will enable the basically the pad team to re-enter the pad, go back up, and help the 4 astronauts that are currently there in the capsule basically unbuckle and get out of the capsule and make their way back down to the ground.
And it is going to be a methodical process. Like you said, Kate, through the fueling that began at T-minus 35 minutes, we made our way quite a bit through the timeline, and those tanks were pretty full. So the ground teams estimated a 50-minute offload of that fuel. In the meantime, the Crew-6 astronauts are in a passive state. They'll be tracking the fuel offloading process and listening to the communications from the ground teams, giving them status updates along the way. But we are in a nominal configuration. In the meantime, they've taken the Dragon Falcon 9 off of internal power and re-enabled auxiliary power back into the vehicle as they continue to go through this process. And like you said, Kate, it'll be a little bit, and then we'll see that crew access arm swing back, and they'll re-access the side hatch. If you were following along on our coverage, they walk down the crew access arm and enter the Dragon through that side hatch. They'll be exiting the same way. In the meantime, through this whole process, the crew and the Dragon itself will remain with the LES, the Launch Escape System, armed. So if in any event something were to happen as part of the offloading process, they'll be able to escape using the Super Draco engines, the 8 Super Dracos that are on the Dragon. It'll be a pad abort over into the Atlantic Ocean. But for now, all the ground teams are tracking that everything is nominal. The fuel offload is going as planned as part of a normal scrub, and we're just continuing to follow along.
That's right. And one thing I want to mention, although this is not what we had hoped to happen today, and while we said that this is a nominal abort configuration, technically the crew and the launch teams have already practiced this very similar scenario. On Thursday, February 23rd, the integrated launch operations teams, along with the astronauts, performed a full dry dress rehearsal, which basically means a total dress rehearsal, including suit up, transporting to the pad, going up the elevators in the crew tower, down the crew access arm, and ingressing into the capsule, and basically doing a full rehearsal of launch day as if it were real, but no propellant involved. So that's why it's called a dry dress rehearsal, because there was no propellant involved. So technically, this is very similar to what they would have done on Thursday in terms of simulating that scrub and basically having the teams go back up into the crew tower and retrieve the astronauts from the capsule. So at this point in time, we are following along with the procedures for this unfortunate scrub, but everything continues to track nominally for this activity. Right now, for those that have recently joined, we had a hold called on the countdown at about T-minus 2.5 minutes. The crew had reported around T-minus 5 minutes, or excuse me, the ground teams the SpaceX ground teams had reported around T-minus 5 minutes an issue with the T-TEB, which is basically the stuff that we use to ignite the engines on the first stage. So out of an abundance of caution, the teams called that hold at T-minus 2.5 minutes and then proceeded into nominal off detanking or basically unloading the vehicle with all of its propellants. Given the fact that occurred at T-minus 2.5 minutes, the majority of the propellants were already on the vehicle.
SpaceX with a propellant offload update.
SpaceX Dragon, go ahead.
Offloads are proceeding nominally, anticipating another half hour until closeout.
Understand, looking about a half hour to close out. Copy, thank you.
All right, so good news there coming from the ground teams, indicating that we have about 30 minutes left of the propellant offloading. We heard Commander Steve Bowen sounding pretty unbothered by everything. Like I mentioned before, everything is written down in the procedure. They practiced this very similar egress procedure during Thursday night's dry dress rehearsal. So all in all, everything continuing nominally there for these next steps. As I mentioned before, we will see eventually the crew access arms swing back into the service position, and we will have the pad teams re-enter the pad area and basically enable the astronauts to egress. I also mentioned earlier that our backup launch opportunity is about the same time tomorrow, roughly 24 hours after our initial T0. Due to the fact that we were launching the crew that you see there on the right-hand side of your screen. They were headed to the International Space Station. As such, that is down to the very second in terms of catching up to the International Space Station when launching from Kennedy Space Center. So when it comes to crew launches, there's only one shot. And so therefore, due to that scrub that was called at T-minus 2.5 minutes, that was our only opportunity to launch today.
That's right, Kate. And as you mentioned, that scrub would be 24 hours. So we'll get to do this all over again. You mentioned the dry dress rehearsal. With a nominal offload of the fuel for this particular scrub, this is almost like a wet dress rehearsal, just taking it one step further. As you mentioned, for the dry dress, they did everything that we saw today, driving out to the pad, going up the elevators, and making their way into the vehicle, buckling up. The seats rotated, and they made their way far into the countdown, but before they started fueling the vehicle. Now they fueled the vehicle prior to launch, and again, we're following a scrub that occurred at about 2 minutes and 30 seconds prior to the T0 time. Due to tracking a ground issue with the TTEB ignition fluid that's used on the engines to ignite them and fire the crew into orbit and eventually catching up with the International Space Station. But as they were continuing to look at this issue, decided to declare a scrub for today. That scrub is, again, a nominal scrub, so we'll be going through the scrub procedures, which include the detanking. They seem to be going a little faster than originally predicted. They called out to the crew about 50 minutes. Now we're inside 30 minutes from detanking the Falcon 9. That means the RP1 refined kerosene and the liquid oxygen, that's the densified liquid oxygen that's on board, is being brought back into the lines that fuel them. So we'll be emptying those tanks. You can still see some of the oxygen, some of the gaseous oxygen billowing off the Falcon 9 rocket itself. So there is a little bit of fuel in there. You're seeing some of the puffs that are part of the detanking process. In the meantime, just a reminder that that launch escape system is armed through the whole thing just to keep the crew safe. But you see, for the crew themselves, it's a very passive experience, the launch scrub, all of these commands being issued by the teams on the ground. They'll continue to wait until and get status updates from the ground teams. Right now, they are connected by umbilical. We did hear that as part of the normal countdown, the Falcon 9 transferred to internal power, but they re-enabled auxiliary power back into the vehicle. So through the detanking process, we're getting power from the ground and not relying on the batteries inside the vehicles, so we can continue to work through this process. Again, Steve Bowen, Woody Hoberg, Sultan Al-Niyati, and Andrei Fedyayev on board. Crew Dragon Endeavour now passively waiting for the scrub process, detaking fuel first. This is going to be one of the lengthier processes before the crew access arm swings back and allows the crew to egress or exit the Dragon vehicle and get back on the ground. We'll do the same thing again in about 24 hours. Witnessing the same series of events, suiting up in the suit room before going down and making their way over to the pad via Tesla until they make their way up the launch tower, the elevators over there, and make their way back into the same vehicle. We'll continue to follow along and give you updates as we hear them. Right now, really, it's just the detanking process, which is quite a lengthy process, so we'll continue to keep you updated there. That is still underway. That's one of the longer events that occur as part of a normal scrub. From left to right, Andrei Fedyaev, Woody Hoberg, Steve Bowen, Sultan Al-Niyati on board Crew Dragon Endeavour now. Now we'll continue to follow along through this process, but from here over in Hawthorne, we're now going to toss it back over to the Kennedy Space Center, where again we scrubbed at about 2 minutes 30 seconds to take us through and continue to give us updates along the scrub process. Daryl.
All right, thanks so much, Gary. Back here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, I'm Daryl Nail, and I'm with Crew-3 Commander, NASA astronaut Raja Chari. And it goes without saying, Raja, looks like you're going to have to wait on seeing your first launch. As Gary mentioned, we had a scrub at right around 1:43 a.m. Eastern Time. Got down inside T-minus 10 minutes, and they started to notice an issue with what's called TTAB, and these are the chemicals that help ignite the Falcon 9 engines, all 9 of them. And as it turned out, it looks like there wasn't enough confidence in moving forward with the amount of TTAB that was there to light those engines, and so we had a scrub called. And so now, from the astronaut's perspective, Raja, you're sitting in there. First of all, tell me about what kind of reacts.
Yeah, so I think it's good and bad, right? The bad side is obviously, you're ready to go, been waiting for it, but I think what's really encouraging and what, especially we're appreciative as the astronauts is knowing that everyone's got our back and that safety is the paramount thing. So as much as everyone wants to go, the right thing to do is obviously, in this case, to scrub. And so I think that's really easy to remember when you're in the seat and when you're dealing with, as you go through the process of de-arming the launch escape system, all those steps just remind you like, oh yeah, the safety's got to be first. I think it's also kind of a good deal because it gets a free run through of all the events and the timeline. So now they've seen it all once. They have the wet dress, but now you've taken it all the way down to near launch, and you get another run of that, another run through the procedures. We talked earlier in the night about sleep shifting, so they're already sleep shifted. That's why we do it that way, so that they're, you can continue and no earlier than tomorrow another launch opportunity. So I think that's kind of what's going through the mind right now. You heard earlier the call up from the core to get into 5.100, so that's the procedure they're running now. Earlier in the night, they're using 4.100 as the procedure name, and that was the launch prep, and this is the scrub prep. And so as a rough rule of thumb, what they teach the crew is about as long as you were fueling, it'll take that long to defuel. So since we were pretty deep into the count, you would expect to take that amount of time to basically take all the fuel out of the rocket. So the big picture is the crew's going to stay there just like they were ready for launch with the visors down, completely restrained, because the rocket still has prop on board. And so the launch escape system is still armed. So it is still a volatile machine.
There's propellant on board.
Exactly. So they still, so we still have to treat it as if it's ready to go, as it is ready to go. Then once the prop is all off, then they can disarm the launch escape system, bring the crew access arm back out, and then egress the vehicle. So essentially what we saw earlier in the night, just run back in reverse. And then I think it's also a good example. You mentioned like inside T-minus 10 minutes is when we started to see some ground chatter and know there was an issue. You didn't hear that on the loops to the crew. And one of the reasons is, we work a lot in training to figure out like, what do you tell the crew? What don't you tell the crew? But generally speaking, if there's nothing the crew can do about something, or, in this case, there's an action being worked, then maybe it would maybe potentially only confuse the situation to give them extraneous information. In this case, once they had actionable info, like, hey, we're going to scrub or we're looking at this, that's when they call it up, versus just peppering them with random pieces of information that may or may not be relevant. In today's case, it turned out to be relevant, but they let them know that once that was the case. But yeah, I think from the crew standpoint, this is something we just about, honestly, our launch was the first time we ever had an event where nothing went wrong, because in all the sims you do, something generally goes wrong. That's the whole point.
Right.
So this is actually par for the course that you're like, oh, yeah, of course,
Yeah.
of course something happened, because that's what always happens in the sims.
That's how you sim.
Yeah, that's how you sim. So I think it's unexpected. And with, I think we relearn this every time we launch a vehicle, whether it's Artemis, SpaceX Dragon, a Starliner. We always learn things, and you can never assume everything's going to go perfectly. So I don't think it surprises anyone. Not to say that they're not disappointed. There's still that.
That's probably the first emotion.
The first thing
reaction,
is
right?
like, oh man, but then like, oh, that's good.
Right.
They made the safe decision. But yeah, absolutely a little disappointed. But you're still going to get to go to space. We'll just maybe do it a day or two later.
And currently, according to SpaceX, when they initially made the announcement, it takes about 50 minutes to detank the rocket. And currently, we're right around a half hour left in that process. So we've gone about 20 minutes in detanking. As you mentioned, astronauts have to stay strapped in exactly where they are to wait it out as that propellant is detanked. And I found that you can kind of get a visual marker by what you see right here, right? You can see
some venting
the venting of the locks at the top, but then also just about as high as that condensation is coming off the rocket.
SpaceX with propellant offload update.
Now we get an update.
SpaceX Dragon, go ahead.
Our stage 2 LOX tank is offloaded. We're still tracking about another 25 to 30 minutes here. Last estimate may have been a little low.
SpaceX Dragon copies. Thank you for the update.
So about halfway done.
About halfway, and you can see it.
Yeah,
it's
you're
almost about halfway down.
I actually never noticed that before, but that's actually a really good insight.
And so now the astronauts are waiting in the capsule. SpaceX is looking at, and will look at after this procedure is complete, what's going on with the hardware. There is a launch opportunity tomorrow, and I want to emphasize this is an opportunity if the team decides that they can turn it around in 24 hours, and that would be with a T0 of 1:22 and 29 seconds a.m. Eastern Time. Again, tomorrow, well, this would be Tuesday, February 28th, with a T0 of 1:22 and 29 seconds a.m. There is a launch opportunity. If NASA and SpaceX decide to go forward with that, our coverage on NASA TV would start at 9:45 p.m., both on NASA TV and our streaming platforms. Also, from launch to dock, that transit would be about 33 and a half hours. So if they decide to launch on that day, docking would happen on March 1st at 10:04 Eastern Time. And there'd be a rendezvous, docking, and welcoming ceremony coverage on NASA TV that would start at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. And I say all that, again, with the asterisk that that is a decision that has yet to be made, whether or not they take that launch opportunity. There's going to be a time to look at this situation.
Right, and so like we heard that it was a situation with the T-tab, which is again sort of the, if you will, the igniter for the engines and making sure the fluid, there's enough fluid or sufficient fluid. So whatever the technical underlying of that problem that led to today, if that's something that can be resolved, and obviously that's something the teams will be diving into probably as soon as the prop is off the rocket. I'm sure they're going to be crawling all over it. And that's one of the other logistical things that's happening here. So there's, once they start fueling the rocket as part of the countdown sequence and the crew armed the launch escape system, all the personnel around there also cleared out. And so right now there is no one really close to the rocket. So once the fuel is off the rocket and then the crew de-arms the LES, then people can approach again. So it does take some time for the vehicles and people and the closeout crew, just like it did to, clear out the arm and prep it. They'll have to do the same thing to bring people back to the arm, re-prepare it to connect to the capsule. But again, it's actually in the long run kind of a good thing is when they do try this the second time, it means it'll go all the more smoother because they'll have got another rep of doing it. You mentioned the one thing having a a longer time to rendezvous, the 33 hours. Actually, that's kind of another little maybe a positive silver lining out of this, because I know for us, for Crew 3, we really enjoyed our time in the capsule. You spend so much time training in Hawthorne, training in Houston, and there's something special, I think, about being in a small vehicle. Yes, it's cramped, so I wouldn't necessarily want to spend 2 weeks in there, but more than a few hours is just kind of fun, because
Stop, catch your breath,
exactly,
relax.
yeah. Because once you hit the space station, you are on a tight timeline. Everything, you know, every 5 minutes is accounted for, and it should be, because you know it's expensive to get there, and we're doing a whole lot of science. The nice thing in the vehicle, when you're just rendezvousing or waiting for those, we talked about phasing the orbits, you get time to just look out the window, hang out with your buds. It's kind of like a glamping trip, it's like, because you're sort of roughing it, but obviously it's some pretty nice digs.
But you can get out of your seat, right?
Exactly, and that's so it's a great time. So once they get in orbit and everything's checked out, they do get out of their seats. They can change out of their suits, and I thought that was some of the best time, both on the way up and the way down, just spending time in the Dragon and in the thing that you've trained in so long. And you can really hear it. It talks to you. You can hear when you do burns. You'll hear the prop flowing. You can see the thrusters out the window. So it's a nice time, and it gives you some time to adapt to space. So for especially our crew, just like their crew, having 3 rookies on board, getting some time to adapt to zero gravity, getting used to moving around, how you restrain yourself. The more time you can get in the Dragon, the quicker you can adapt and get to work on the space station. So I think it's all time well spent when you have a few extra hours in the Dragon.
Raj has talked a lot about the crew and what that means for them potentially going forward. Want to go back to the T-Tab. We've mentioned this, heard it a couple of times. I think one of our commentators actually spelled it out. If you look at the picture on the left, the SpaceX rocket on the pad, for those who are familiar with watching launches at night, that T-Tab, it's the ignition fluid. You can actually see it light because it flashes green all around the bottom of the rocket. You can see a green flash, and that's what it does. It lights those 9 Merlin engines, and then you have a liftoff. And they call it T-Tab because that's the acronym for triethyl aluminum, triethyl boron. And when they come together, they create that ignition that's necessary to light the rocket. And so that's something that SpaceX is going to look at. We also heard an update from SpaceX on the loops about the timing of the D-tank, which we are currently just about 27 minutes into that process. As astronaut Raja Chari was saying, this is a period of time where the astronauts just have to hold still while the propellant is taken out of the rocket.
Yep, and they're probably also going through. So we're always trying to think what if. That's always what's going through our mind. So right now they're probably thinking through. Well, the LES is still hot, so that was. But we're not planning on going. So if there was a problem, we'd probably hit the emergency ground egress button, wait for the crew arm to swing out at that faster rate.
Well, crew arm,
sorry.
attached,
yep,
right?
So but you would still want to, if you had to get out quickly, do the emergency ground egress. Make sure the LES is disarmed before you get out of your seats, and then egress if you had to. And so there's a few different ways, a few different types of egress if something else went wrong. And so whenever prop is moving, whether it's getting onloaded or offloaded, you're always ready for that.
So that LES stays armed through this process?
It actually stays armed. As long as there's propellant on the rocket, it stays armed, because if there was any kind of contingency, you'd want to use that to get off quickly. The other thing that will have to happen eventually is they'll have to rotate the seats back. So just like we saw the seats rotate to the launch position, once the LES is disarmed, then they'll rotate back to the loading and unloading configuration. There's also, we didn't talk about it too much, but it's not just people that the Dragon takes up there, it's cargo. And so you can't really see in this view. We saw it earlier in the night when they were first loading up, you got a shot underneath their legs. Yeah, exactly. And so you could see the cargo that's under there, and that the stuff on the left under Andre's seat is mostly crew related in terms of like survival equipment. You see that red. You can kind of just see the a red bag. That's the life raft. And so you saw that video earlier tonight. We talked about the Orion, the porch, and the Orion water training. So a lot of the water recovery equipment is in those pallets underneath Andre's seat. If the crew had to do something on their own for some kind of landing in an unplanned area. And then this stuff that's kind of under Woody and Steve's seats, you can see they look more like metal lockers. And so those positions actually have power. So under Andre and Sultan's seats, there's no power to those locations, those cargo locations, but the ones under Woody and Steve, they actually have power, which means you can cool or heat things. But generally, when you're talking about science, going up and back from the station, oftentimes you need to keep stuff frozen or temperature controlled. And so those usually probably the more valuable, I shouldn't say valuable, but like the more time critical stuff is in those. And so more than likely when they offload the crew, probably won't be on camera anymore, but they'll probably also go in and either take some of that stuff out if there's anything that has to be chilled or temperature controlled to make sure it's still in a good state. And then when you dock with the station, those are some of the first things that come off to make sure that they get into
Dragon,
the right.
SpaceX with propellant offload update.
SpaceX Dragon, go ahead.
Offloads are proceeding nominally, expecting another 15-20 minutes here.
SpaceX Dragon, copy, thank you.
Okay, so that's Captain Stephen Boeing communicating with the launch team.
Exactly, yep, in about another 15 to 20 minutes, and sounds like things are going nominally. But yeah, so those pallets underneath there, like I said, I'm not exactly sure what's in those particular ones, but it would not be uncommon to pull some of that stuff, they call it like late load cargo that, is very sensitive to temperature or maybe some power considerations that you would pull off and store. And then, like I said, when you dock, those are the first things that come out. But again, the kind of takeaway is it's not just people, but a whole bunch of stuff that goes to the space station by way of the Dragon. And then you can also put things in the trunk as well. On like the cargo Dragons, we saw it earlier tonight, the solar panels, but you can load things into the trunk. Here's a great shot of it. So that bottom section that looks with the solar panels in the black and the white inside
on
there,
one side
you can actually put things inside there as well. That obviously doesn't have to be in a nice atmosphere, or so it's things that can be exposed to vacuum.
All right, good stuff. NASA astronaut Raja Chari keeping us informed and updated on what the astronauts are going through and what it means for the cargo on board. I want to now take a moment to go back to SpaceX in Hawthorne, California, and get caught up with our NASA commentator, Gary Jordan. Gary?
Hey, thank you, Daryl. Yeah, we're following along here in Mission Control Hawthorne. As you mentioned, that status update on the fuel offloading, we're looking at about 15-20 minutes until that is completed. In the meantime, you see the Crew-6 astronauts on board inside Crew Dragon Endeavour, passively waiting. They'll be going through a series of more steps once fuel offloading is complete. In the meantime, the Dragon is or the Falcon-9 is going to continue to get rid of the fuel and the oxidizer that's inside the Falcon-9. The seats themselves will rotate from the launch position down so that the closeout team can come back and get them out of their seats. They'll open up that side hatch and get the crew back, walk down the crew access arm, down the elevators, and go back to crew quarters to await for the next launch attempt. Right now, the next launch attempt we're looking at is about 24 hours from now. But right now, if you're just tuning in and looking for updates on the launch of the Crew Dragon to the International Space Station, we are in a launch scrub situation. So at about 2 minutes 30 seconds, the ground teams declared a scrub due to tracking what's called a TTEB. This is the ignition fluid that allows the engines on the first and second stage to ignite and propel the Falcon 9 and the crew into orbit over the 9-minute ascent. Usually, if you follow our coverage, TTEB, when the second stage ignites at about 3 minutes into the flight of the Falcon 9, there's this green flash that you see from the MVAC engine at the tip, and then the titanium stabilization ring at the end of the expansion nozzle goes away after that TTEB ignition and the second stage ignites. That green flash is the TTEB ignition fluid, and you can actually see it in our launch coverage. But it was that the ground teams were tracking, and so they identified a ground issue and are now going through the stages of a nominal scrub situation. Just regular tank offloading. We were originally looking at about 50 minutes of tank offloading. Now we're about 15-20 minutes from the latest report of the ground teams. In the meantime, the Crew-6 astronauts are aboard, passively waiting and tracking the fuel offload. And why don't we check in with Kate for more on the scrub situation?
Yeah, thanks, Gary. I am following along with the SpaceX ground team's procedures as we are continuing through this nominal scrub. As we heard called out a couple minutes ago, we have about 15 to 20 minutes left of the offload, so that should wrap up between between 2:30 and 4:30 a.m. Eastern time. So we're coming up to that soon. Everything progressing nominally. Looking at the current levels, I'm expecting a call out to occur any minute now, indicating that all RP1 has been detanked from the second stage. So liquid oxygen detanking has already completed from the second stage. So I'm expecting that call out to come any second now, indicating that RP1 has been completely detanked. As for the first stage, also really low levels there. I would say less than 5% remaining locks on the first stage to go, and then probably about 10% fuel left to go there on the first stage. So we're nearly there, but we will hear those progress call outs on the loops informing the crew. As you can see there on the right-hand side of your screen, they remain comfortable in their seats, visors down, seats rotated back. The launch escape system is still armed at this point, although from that view of the pad on the left-hand side of your screen, it might kind of look like the crew access arm is reaching toward the capsule. It's not. We have not moved that yet into the service position, and we won't do that for a little bit yet, but we still have a number of things that we're going to go through in this nominal offload procedure. As I mentioned before, the crew had a dry dress rehearsal on Thursday night, meaning no propellant involved. So that's what makes it a dry dress. But they have gone through this very similar procedure in terms of the closeout team going back up into the tower, back down the crew access arm, and helping the crew get out of the capsule, including reopening that side hatch. So the astronauts will egress from the capsule the exact same way that they ingressed, just in reverse. So pretty simple from that standpoint, but there are also other things that we'll have to do in addition to that fuel detanking or offloading and the disarming of that launch escape system. We will also check with the hypergol sensors, those hypergolic fluids, monomethylhydrazine and nitrogen tetroxide, that MMH and NTO. Those are the fuels that are used to power Dragon when it's in orbit, and they are toxic to humans to breathe. So we will engage those sensors and make sure that there's a zero, that there's no presence of those propellants prior to allowing the closeout team return to the White Room. We'll also make sure that the closeout crew themselves are prepared and ready to re-enter the BDA, or blast danger area. So it's basically everything that they did earlier today, but in reverse. And then another thing that we will also do is we will release the range assets. So of course, all of that all of that sea and airspace that we had closed off in preparation for launch. After that launch escape system is disabled, we'll be able to basically release or free up all of those range assets that are still currently locked down, just in case a launch abort a Dragon abort, a pad abort in this case, would be triggered. But as we mentioned before, everything continues to progress nominally with no issues.
Dragon SpaceX with a propellant offload update.
SpaceX Dragon, go ahead.
At this time, we have RP-1N locks off of stage 2, expecting just another 5 minutes or so here until we are fully offloaded.
SpaceX Dragon copies, thank you.
So that was SpaceX Core Arthur Barialt just informing the crew that there's about 5 minutes remaining, as I mentioned before. At this point in time, the second stage is now completely or mostly empty, completely empty of its propellants. The LOX tank on the first stage is nearly empty, and the fuel tank on the first stage has maybe about 5% remaining to be pulled out. So everything continuing normally with this offload. We heard there Commander Steve Bowen. As I mentioned earlier, he sounds pretty relaxed and cool as an ice cube here, and for good reason. The astronauts train for every possible scenario, this included. As we've mentioned several times before, we have procedures for everything. I am following along with this scrub procedure, and everything continues to go as planned, which is kind of funny to say for an event that we obviously didn't want to happen tonight, but as John Innsbrucker reminded me a little bit ago, the Mercury flight director said back in the early days of the space program, it's better to be on the ground wishing you were flying than to be flying wishing you were on the ground. So this is a good example of the system doing exactly what it was supposed to do. In the case of off-nominal TTEB readings, there was a scrub called at about 2 minutes and 30 seconds prior to liftoff, and that was an issue that the crew had that the ground teams had informed the crew of around T-minus 5 minutes, had indicated that they would need a couple more minutes to troubleshoot the problem, and ultimately called that scrub at T-minus 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So at this point in time, the crew remains in their chairs. Unfortunately, not a whole lot for them to do other than continue to monitor using their crew displays, continue to monitor the progress of the propellant offloading and the overall vehicle health. But as I mentioned before, the commander's tone of voice indicates that everyone is, I'm sure, disappointed that they didn't get to go to space today, but unbothered or not worried about what we're walking through, as we have practiced a similar scenario very recently with that dry dress rehearsal just this past Thursday evening. So after we fully detank the vehicle, we will be able to disarm the launch escape system and then bring that crew access arm, which a great shot there on the left-hand side of your screen of it stowed away. We will basically rotate it back into its service position, and the close-out team will, I guess it will be the opposite, more of like a close-in team. They will return to the pad and go back up to the side hatch, reopen it, and help the astronauts out of their seats.
That's right, Kate. And again, we're getting that live view from inside the Dragon. They are passively waiting. It's the ground teams monitoring the detanking process, which we're really just minutes away from finishing. In the meantime, we continue to keep that launch escape system armed just to make sure the crew is safe through the process. Now, after that detanking is complete, one of the next steps will be to disarm the launch escape system. When the Falcon 9 is not fueled, it's in a safe configuration to go ahead and disarm that and go through the next series of steps, including that crew access arm swinging back and retrieving the crew. Now, Crew-6 will have another opportunity to launch. Right now, we're tracking a 24-hour turnaround for the next launch attempt. Of course, the teams on the ground will have to evaluate and continue to evaluate the issue that was identified as part of today's launch scrub. And again, that was a ground issue identified with the TTEB ignition fluid that allows the first and second stage engines to ignite and propel the Falcon 9 and the Dragon into orbit. So they'll continue to talk and discuss about the issues before going ahead and proceeding with that next attempt, but we have that identified. If we were to proceed with a launch attempt tomorrow, again, today's launch attempt, we were counting down to 1:45 a.m. Eastern time. For tomorrow, for a 24-hour scrub, it's just about 24 hours, a little shy of that. So we'd be looking at about 1:22 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow for our next attempt. In the meantime, we're continuing to follow along, just really minutes away from completely detanking the Falcon 9. So we'll continue to follow along and get this next status update until that's completely detanked and we hear that they're disarming the launch escape system. All right, so Kate, we're continuing to follow along. Really just sitting and waiting at this point for that detanking process, but we should be expecting to hear something from the ground teams very shortly.
Yeah, that's right. We continue to see the crew remaining buckled in their seats, keeping their hands inside the ride at all times, for a lack of a better analogy. Yeah, their visors remain in the closed position. This, of course, is, as you just mentioned, the launch escape system is still armed. So while it is armed, the crew will stay exactly as you see them now. This is just in case for some reason, a Dragon pad abort is required. As I mentioned before, not likely, but it's a good backup. Of course, crew safety is the top priority at all times, even as we work through this nominal scrub procedure. So we will see the crew remain like this until further notice, basically. Checking in on vehicle status here, as I mentioned before. The second stage completely empty of all of its propellants. The first stage LOX tank also basically completely empty. I'm seeing a tiny little bit of fuel, that RP1, rocket propellant 1, still coming off of the first stage tank there. But for the most part, Falcon 9 is basically entirely empty of its propellants at this point in time. So as I mentioned before, we were expecting this to wrap up sometime between 2:30 a.m. and 2:40 a.m. Eastern time. So now at 2:33, we are in that range. So we should be hearing momentarily from SpaceX core Arthur Berrialt, located here at SpaceX Hawthorne Mission Control, just behind Gary and I. We should hear from him soon, indicating that the propellant offloading is complete and that we will then prepare to disarm the launch escape system. So for those that have recently tuned in, we had a nominal countdown. The SpaceX teams reported a issue with the TTEB, basically the fluids that we use to ignite the Merlin engines. You can kind of think of it like the spark plug to your car if you drive a combustion engine vehicle. So that TTEB is a critical component to getting the rocket to fly. It's what creates the spark for that engine ignition. So we heard around T-minus 5 minutes that the SpaceX teams were troubleshooting an issue, and then about 2.5 minutes later, at T-minus 2 minutes 30 seconds, there was a scrub called in the launch countdown. But as I said, prior to that, we had a nominal countdown, and now just working through this scrub procedure.
Dragon SpaceX with a propellant offload update.
SpaceX Dragon, go ahead.
At this time, we have all propellant off the vehicle and are proceeding with nominal closeouts.
SpaceX Dragon copies. .
right, so that's an important call. Propellant load, or the propellant offload rather, being complete. So we'll be tracking to see when the launch escape system gets disarmed. Right now it's still armed just as a precautionary measure as the ground teams continue to track the
Dragon
propellant.
SpaceX, with that call, you are go for section 2 of 5.100 and disarm launch escape system.
Here we go.
All right, and I'm not sure what call that was that you're referring to, other than that we are go for 2.1
break.
for launch escape system safely.
And copy that. Good read back, Dragon.
Okay, we are in launch escape system safing. We are 2 Alpha 1, and we're at 2 Alpha 2 with disarm the launch escape system.
So again, if you're just tuning in, the ground teams we're tracking propellant offload. So it'll be the crew themselves inside Crew Dragon Endurance that issues the command to turn off. The launch escape system will wait for confirmation of that command being successfully issued to the Dragon system. All right, and it looks like we got that confirmation that the launch escape system has been inhibited. So that confirms the propellant offload and the launch escape system being disarmed. So the crew will work through a series of commands.
We're going to go with advisors and proceed to step 3. And SpaceX Dragon, we are ready for a steep rotation.
SpaceX copies will report when initiating.
Okay, so recap of what happened. We declared a scrub inside 2 minutes 30 seconds. That scrub time was actually 2 minutes 14 seconds.
Dragon SpaceX initiating
and we scrubbed for the day. Since then, we've been in a nominal scrub procedure, so it was followed. So we're continuing to follow along. And that crew access arm, we did get confirmation. You can see it visually, actually. It is swinging back into place to access the side hatch on the side of Crew Dragon Endeavor. So again, the Falcon 9 is completely offloaded with fuel and oxidizer, and the launch escape system has been disarmed. Those commands confirmed before going ahead and swinging the crew access arm back. You heard the command for seat rotation, so we may be able to see that. For launch, the seat rotates up to about a 14-degree angle. That's the seat, that's the launch position. The seat rotation goes down to about a 40-degree angle to allow
seats are in the upright position.
SpaceX Dragon copies.
So there we can see the crew access arm closing the final inches as it moves back toward Dragon Endeavour. We are now pulling the closeout team to re-enter the BDA, or blast danger area. So as we've mentioned before, they will go back up the tower, back down the crew access arm, reopen that side hatch and help the astronauts egress from the capsule. As we heard called out earlier, the seats are back down in, so they were in the launch position. They've rotated back down into the ingress position. So we can see the crew access arm just closing the final inches up against Dragon Endeavour. At this point in time, we're going to head back over to Kennedy Space Center's Daryl for additional updates. I'm sure that they can see they were able to see that crew access arm move from their seats at the press site. Daryl, how are things over there?
Thank you, Kate. And yes, indeed, we could see the crew access arm coming back and making a connection with Dragon Endeavour. And as you see on the screen there, the white room connected back in. And so as we watch, the astronauts can unbuckle and pull up their visors, take a moment to relax, and from here on, Commander Chari, looks like they'll be heading out at some point.
They should be, yeah. And at this point, the vehicle's pretty much completely safe. So with the LES disarmed or safed, there's basically no longer active prop in the F9, and also the Super Dracos are safed on the vehicle. So that completes their procedure 5.100, which is the one they're running inside the vehicle. At this point, they're just waiting for the recovery crew to show up. Like was mentioned earlier, they have to stay outside an exclusion area while there's any potential of propellants or the abort engines kicking off. And so now that that's safe, those teams will approach the vehicle. You can see they loosen their straps. One of the questions we were talking about while we were listening to SpaceX was why don't they just get out on their own, which they could. But we mentioned before that whole white room is a clean room. And so if they were to get out on their own, they maybe like scuff a boot, touch a hatch seal. And since all those things we want to keep really pristine, there's no rush right now. There's no reason to risk anything like that, bumping a visor, scratching something, tearing a rubber seal. So the safest thing to do, since we're going to have to do this again on the next opportunity, is to let the closeout crew come and make sure they help them out and make sure nothing gets damaged or anything like that on the way out, and preserve the opportunity, those follow-on opportunities. The good news is the next opportunities will probably go faster because everyone's done it once now, so they've got some more practice. They don't have to sign the patch, like you said. They've knocked that out, so we save ourselves a few seconds here and there. And again, that's for the crew. Although there's some disappointment of like, oh, you didn't get to go, but it feels a lot just like another sim and another chance to go through the procedures, another chance, because like we talked about, once that rocket lights, things happen really, really fast. So the more times you have to walk through it and talk through it, and especially in a case like this, we're actually sitting in the seats with the displays up, hearing the vehicle sounds, that in and of itself is a worthwhile experience, and it makes you more perceptive if things aren't nominal. So the next time if you hear a sound, they're like, well, that's different than what we heard before, and have a baseline for comparison. It looks like Woody's playing with his box settings, so now that their visor's up, they're probably changing their settings just so they're not getting background noise. You can see they're starting to get their gloves out,
unzip,
getting their hands out, and just get a little more, just cool off, and just kind of hanging out, relaxing waiting for the crew to come get them.
So Crew-6 did a dry dress just a few days ago. We could think of this as
a
wet
dress.
Right?
Exactly, yep. This one had the prop.
And so the more experience they get, the better off they'll be for the next attempt. Just to recap, if you're just joining us, we scrubbed the launch attempt at T-minus 2 minutes and 14 seconds before liftoff. There was a hold in the countdown, happened at 1:43 a.m. Eastern Time. The SpaceX team encountered an issue in the ground system affecting the loading of triethyl aluminum and triethyl boron, which together, the acronym TTEB, they are the ignition fluids for F9. The ground team couldn't provide sufficient confidence of a full load of that TTEB, which is important to light all 9 of the Merlin 1D engines underneath the Falcon 9. So the team scrubbed it, and now they're going through their procedures for launch scrub. And so Moving forward, we have some launch opportunities coming up for Crew-6. I mentioned the first one on February 28th. There's also another one on March 2nd at 12:34 a.m. Eastern Time.
Yeah.
And if we were to go then, we would begin our NASA TV coverage on March 1st at 9:30 p.m. And there would be a docking at 1:05 a.m. Eastern Time on March 3rd. Also want to make a note that there is no press conference tonight. Initially, that was scheduled. Had there been a nominal launch, but in this case, NASA is foregoing the opportunity for a press conference, and so stay tuned to your social media channels and NASA's official
SpaceX, just
commercial
an
crew
update.
blog.
We've pulled go for the closeout team to start re-entering the BDA, and they'll be back alongside you at the capsule shortly and helping you egress. Additionally, just want to do a quick comfort check. Make sure you guys are still feeling okay sitting there, and if you need a PMC, I can set one up.
And wait for Captain Bowen to respond.
At SpaceX Dragon, we're all feeling good, just waiting on the opportunity to get out of the capsule, that's all.
All right, SpaceX copies.
Yeah, so the call there you heard was that gives the crew some SA that the recovery crew is going to be approaching, because if they do hear bumps or see shadows or silhouettes moving outside the windows, you can't see, you don't have direct line of sight into the room, but you can see maybe some movement or light changes, and that lets you know that's people that's intended versus something off-nominal happening. And then a PMC stands for a private medical conference, and as you heard, they're doing fine, just waiting to get out.
Yep. And so that's going to do it for our coverage of Crew-6, the first attempt of Crew-6 to launch to the International Space Station aboard a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket and Dragon Endeavour. Didn't get to do it today. Roger, you're going to have to wait to see your first launch.
Yeah.
But good things come to those who wait. And so I want to thank you for being here.
Oh,
Really
I appreciate it. It was a fun time. I'm sure I'll get to see you launch eventually. So as you mentioned, those follow-on launch opportunities, right now I'm sure the teams are going to be continuing to work through breakfast and lunch to figure out if they can fix the problem and when we'll be ready to go. But we'll go when it's safe and ready to go. So
absolutely. NASA's ethos will launch when we're ready. And so that's going to wrap up our coverage for this evening. Thank you for watching Crew-6's launch attempt to the International Space Station. I'm Daryl Nail for Raja Chari and everyone at NASA. Thank you for watching and have a great morning.
Every January, we at NASA have a day of remembrance to encourage reflection throughout NASA, throughout our country, throughout indeed the world. It's a day to pause, to remember, and to uplift the legacies of the NASA family members who gave their lives to advance the cause of exploration. The crew of Apollo 1, then Challenger, then Columbia, and the many other astronauts that died while they were actually training. We will never forget these astronauts, nor all those who have lost their lives in the pursuit of discovery. And so on this day of remembrance, we honor and try to better understand our place in this huge, huge universe and our attempts at discovery and exploration in it. These astronauts all achieved the once impossible dream to soar in the cosmos and to explore the heavens. And their families have suffered, and they have our deepest respect. Every day at NASA, we have an opportunity, we have a responsibility to carry forth their memories. And by taking the next giant leap, we want to keep alive their legacies. By meeting every challenge head on, we want to remember their legacies. As we push
and thank you for joining NASA's Day of Remembrance Town Hall. I'm NASA Press Secretary Jackie McGinnis, and we are joined today by Administrator Bill Nelson, Deputy Administrator Pam Malroy, Associate Administrator Bob Cabana, to reflect, share best practices, and answer your questions about safety across NASA centers and mission directorates. Before we begin our discussion, in a spirit of reverence, please focus your attention on the crews of Apollo 1, Challenger, and Columbia in this 5-minute video.
Every January, we at NASA have a day of remembrance to encourage reflection throughout NASA, throughout our country, throughout indeed the world. It's a day to pause, to remember, and to uplift the legacies of the NASA family members who gave their lives to advance the cause of exploration. The crew of Apollo 1, then Challenger, then Columbia, and the many other astronauts that died while they were actually training. We will never forget these astronauts, nor all those who have lost their lives in the pursuit of discovery. And so on this day of remembrance, we honor and try to better understand our place in this huge, huge universe and our attempts at discovery and exploration in it. These astronauts all achieved the once impossible dream to soar in the cosmos and to explore the heavens. And their families have suffered, and they have our deepest respect. Every day at NASA, we have an opportunity, we have a responsibility to carry forth their memories. And by taking the next giant leap, we want to keep alive their legacies. By meeting every challenge head on, we want to remember their legacies. As we push the edge of the envelope of human achievement in this new era of exploration, we must always continue to embrace the core value of safety. It's an institutional and it's an individual responsibility. This is and always will be, as we reflect, a very solemn day on the sacrifice that was made by a bunch of very, very brave adventurers. It's also a day of remembrance, of extreme gratitude. We are thankful that NASA's fallen adventurers shared their lives with us. They made life on this earth better. And today and every day, we at NASA are still united in that shared pursuit of exploration and discovery. And may we carry their spirit and those of all who have given their lives in the name of exploration. May we carry their spirit with us as we venture out to the moon, to Mars, and beyond.
Now, please welcome Administrator Bill Nelson.
We're doing this in the town hall format because we want to engage you in conversation. And we take this very serious. After the losses that we have had, this day of remembrance, and it's interesting that they all happened about this time of year. Each tragedy, Apollo 1, Challenger, and then Columbia, each disaster left a gaping hole in the hearts of the NASA family, and many of us feel those personal connections. In my case, the 24th flight of the space shuttle, we had been through 4 scrubs. At first attempt in December, when we were scrubbed for a different reason, it ended up being 41 degrees that morning. We didn't think anything about that. On through 3 more scrubs, a total of 4, of which, if we had launched and we had gotten down to T-minus 13 in the count, another morning T-minus 31, any one of which would have been a bad day, only to launch into a 6-day, almost flawless mission and to return to Earth on January the 18th. Hoot Gibson's crew, Charlie Bolden, pilot. And 10 days later, Challenger launches and blows up. It so happened the night before the Challenger launch, the temperature had gotten down to 25 degrees. There were icicles hanging on the launch tower. And there were people that had serious doubts about launching. But I'll tell you who had the doubts were the engineers out in Utah who were begging their management at Morton Thiokol to stop the count because of the cold weather. And the cold weather, stiffening rubberized gaskets called O-rings in the field joints of the solid rocket boosters. I asked those engineers later, I said, how were you sensitized to that? And then when almost a month earlier, when on our first launch attempt, it was 41 degrees, Challenger was 36 degrees at launch time. How was it that you were not sensitized to our first launch attempt on the 24th flight? And they told me, they said, it was when we got back your solid rocket boosters, when you'd launched on the 5th try, and it was a relatively warm 56 degrees, and we saw blow-by. The blow-by of the hot gases in the field joints. And he said, then we remembered that the previous January that had happened. And we asked, what's common to January? And the management would not listen to the engineers begging them to stop the count. And that went up all the way to the top. As a matter of fact, the NASA administrator wasn't allowed to be at the Cape because he had been indicted for something that was 10 years before, and he knew he could clear himself. So he was in his office in Washington, in the headquarters, watching the count and seeing the icicles on the launch tower. And he's calling the Cape, begging them to stop the count. And they won't take his call because he's not the administrator. There was an acting administrator. Just one other personal commentary. Of course, I think the world of Hoot Gibson and Charlie Bolden. And I remember years later, Hoot telling me on subsequent missions that he would get out and inspect the orbiter after his flight, and he'd look at the underside or the sides of the orbiter with those delicate silicon tiles. And he said it was like somebody had taken a shotgun and just shredded a warning about what was to come in 2003 in February. And that was the foam coming off the external tank. And it just so happened to hit at the right place on ascent as the shuttle accelerated. It hit the leading edge on that carbon-carbon fiber and knocked a hole in the front edge of the wing. Our deputy and our associate administrator, they have seen all of this firsthand, and they're going to explain their own personal experiences. But the bottom line on all this is every day at NASA we have an opportunity, we have a duty to carry the memories of those that we lost and carry their dreams onward and upward. And these are the enduring lessons from each of these tragedies. And the bottom line is this: speak up. A question, even a simple question, is more forgivable than a mistake that can result in a tragedy. And each of us has a responsibility to cultivate a work environment where every member of the NASA family feels empowered to voice doubt. Make your concerns heard. Communicate openly. We saw the power of speaking up and listening. We saw it just recently at the successful launch of Artemis 1, because while they were loading the liquid cryogenic propellants into this powerful rocket, teams encountered a small leak on a hydrogen valve inside the mobile launcher. And although the engineers attempted to remotely troubleshoot the issue, managers ultimately decided that they needed a red team. So, 3, Chad Garrett, Billy Carnes, and Trent Annis made the trip out to the launch pad. This is a fully loaded rocket. They entered that danger zone. They entered as that mobile launcher at its zero deck, and Trent tightened the bolts at the leaky valve while Billy communicated with the launch team. And the red team, it worked. And the red team not only demonstrated heroism and professionalism that day, and it helped us to do it safely, and then we could go on and complete the mission. And what they did also reminds us of how critical each team member is in the integrity and the safety of every NASA mission. And that's an example of what happens when we speak up and we listen. Safety is our responsibility. So, as I said earlier, with our leadership here, to discuss more about the importance of safety and to honor this day of remembrance, I want to introduce my colleague, our co-leader, Deputy Administrator Pam Melroy.
Thank you so much, Bill. I have to say that while I love honoring the crews, this can be a hard day. And I get so much comfort from Bill and from Bob because you've been through this and you understand. It's so important that we focus the whole week and, in fact, the whole year and every day on remembering our fallen colleagues while also celebrating their legacy. As I said, it won't just be this week. We've talked about this for a while, coming up on the 20th anniversary of Columbia. We plan to keep the dialogue going through safety workshops and discussions at several of the centers, and to make sure that this dialogue continues to be very inclusive, but also real, vital, informative, and just the whole goal of talking about this and keeping these lessons learned alive. There are so many lessons learned from Apollo 1 to Challenger to Columbia. We work with such complicated systems, and we're building them to do things that no one has ever done before. And when I look at the complexity, especially of what we are doing in our human spaceflight program, we continue to be at the cutting edge. So we all know when we're trying something new, we're never going to be 100% safe because there are things that we can't predict that might happen. But each of us should remember that it could happen to us. So that's one of the messages that I want to give, and I'll tell a short story about that. I was a Cape Crusader, helped strap crews in and unstrap crews as my first technical assignment working at the Cape. And one of the things that was so wonderful was to work with people who'd been trained by the famous Gunther Wendt, who was really the grandfather of all of our procedures for safety out at the pad. And they had had experiences with Apollo 1 that immediately changed and affected not just the way we operated out at the pad, but also the hardware that we use, the accessibility of it, and then, of course, to pass those lessons on. And I have to say that I listened eagerly to all of those things, and I was proud of the procedures that we did at the time, because I was like, wow, we've really made this safe. I came back from my second flight, and I was asked to lead the Cape Crusader team. So I was in Florida to get my familiarization training for unstrapping the crew of STS-107. And I was out at the runway with Bob Cabana, and the crew didn't land on time. We all stared out, looking as you did for the shuttle, listening for the sound of the distinctive double boom, and we didn't hear it, and the time came and went. Now, as a person trained in physics, I understood perfectly well that this just can't happen. When you come back at those speeds from space, you're going to land when they say you're going to land, within a second. And that's just how it is. But I couldn't fathom it. I just simply couldn't fathom it. And the only person standing around there at the runway, as we all looked at each other, Bob knew. Cabana knew before the rest of us, and it's because he'd been through it with Challenger. He was the first to say to all of us, they're not coming home. And I just realized that in my head, I had gotten into a place where this was something that had happened before and that we'd fixed everything and it was going well. You know, we need to know it can happen to us. We can make a decision or not share a concern that could contribute to an accident. And every one of us, every day, is on the line to ensure the safety of the agency. I just want to remind everyone that the responsibility is on all of us, and it can happen to you, whether you're in that hard place and you know it at the time you're making the decision or not. Wayne Hale, our former space shuttle program manager, has said, just because you're younger or smarter or read history lessons, or for me, listen to really smart people who learn from Apollo 1, don't think that you won't make mistakes and especially that events can't get away from you. Nobody is smart enough to avoid all problems, and that sliver of fear, the knowledge that the universe is out there waiting for the least lapse in attention to bite, is motivation that just might help you avoid catastrophe. So having a little bit of a preoccupation with risk and failure, if you will, can lead to high reliability organizations. I think it's critically important in everything we do, in program management, in the way we do our business every day, to always be thinking about risk and not just as a, yeah, I get it, that could happen, I'm going to put it to the side, but what am I actually actively doing about protecting for that? So after each tragic accident, we've managed to not only discover the technical problems that led to them, but also to work very actively to nurture and encourage a culture where speaking up is encouraged. And really, I think that's very important to Bill and Bob and I, and the administrator have talked about speaking up. We need to make sure that dissenting opinions are heard and that questions aren't insulting. There's a living connection to the vital importance of safety that crosses generations as older people transition out of the workforce and newer members of the NASA family may not have experienced a tragedy and are now on the front lines in making launch decisions. I want to encourage any of you who were not here when Columbia happened to seek out someone who was and ask them to tell their story, how it affected them and how it affected the agency. That acute awareness of why we must always focus on safety and not pressure to launch, why we must be rigorous as teams to make sure we're not applying groupthink to a complex issue, and so many other tools that we have now for making our astronauts and, in fact, our whole workforce safe. They're critical. So I trust that everyone will be taking the Columbia case study training in Saturn very soon. So many of us still here at NASA knew these folks personally, and this year marking 20 years since they've been gone. Hey, let's face it, this is a hard topic for all of us, but I want to reiterate again, it could happen to you, to us. And we have to do our utmost to ensure that if it does happen to us, we have the potential to change the course of events. The tools we've been developing to ensure a thriving safety culture and the backbone of support from your teams are benchmarks that we rely on to extend the reach of science and human exploration out into the solar system and beyond. What we do is so hard and so worthwhile. And each team member's knowledge, intuition, and compassion are essential. So thank you for everything you do every day for our grand mission and to honor the memories of our fallen comrades. Now, let me hand it over to my dear friend, our Associate Administrator, Bob Cabana.
Thank you all so much for joining us today. For those of you that know me, this is a topic very dear to my heart. It's very important to me. Safety, after all, is our top core value. And all I can say is, you know, the administrator talked about the importance of speaking up. Pam talked about how it can happen to us. And it's really important that we keep our focus as we go into this new year and we take stock of what we are doing to ensure that we're doing things safely. I want to put things in perspective for me. When I first got to NASA back in June of 1985, you know, we were flying the shuttle, things were looking great, and I'd been at NASA about 7 months when we lost Challenger. I was in a single systems trainer learning about the OMS RCS system, and they came and interrupted our session. They said, we lost the Challenger, and I was in there with another astronaut. We said, you know, the crew's okay, they got out. Well, there's no way they can get out. You know, they weren't okay. And I was hard to accept that we had actually lost a vehicle. And then I thought about it a little bit. And I'd just come from Patuxent River as a test pilot, and we'd lost 3 crew while I was there, 3 fatalities. And I looked at what we were doing in space as, well, this is part of the business that we're in. Okay, this is going to happen. And that was my perspective as a young astronaut candidate, having just come from the Naval Air Test Center. But that's not the case, all right? It was totally preventable. You've heard that. People needed to speak up. People needed to listen. People needed to act. It could have been prevented. Now, how did my perspective on all of that change? I was chief of the astronaut office for 3 years, and I rode out to the pad with every crew. And I want to tell you, flying in space is a lot easier than asking somebody else to take that risk. And I saw all those crews off, and I was on the runway to see them all home safely. I went off and had other jobs between that, and I was assigned as the director of flight crew operations in Houston. And Columbia, STS-107, was my very first flight as the director of flight crew operations. And I rode out to the pad with that crew again, and that's the last time I saw them. And as Pam mentioned, 20 years ago, we were standing on the midfield at the runway waiting for the crew to come home, and they didn't come home. And I knew the Challenger crew, but I really knew the Columbia crew. And I knew that it was preventable. I knew we could have done something in retrospect when we learned about it. And it's very hard. I was the one that had to tell the families they weren't coming home. I don't ever want to have to do that again. We can prevent accidents with people flying in space. That's why our Day of Remembrance is so important. That's why it's so important that we don't forget these lessons that we've learned. And more than technical, it was really cultural. It was creating that environment to be able to speak up, to be heard, to focus on the task at hand, because it can happen to us. But we can explore space. We can break the boundaries without having to suffer the loss of crew if we do our jobs, if we stay focused, if we create an environment where everybody can be heard, all right? And that we actually listen. And there's a difference between hearing and listening, all right? That we actually listen to what's being said, and that we encourage everybody to be part of the discussion, to be part of answering the solutions that we need to ensure that we fly safely, okay? And I don't want to ever forget. I don't want any of us to forget. And there are so many of us that are new. When I was down at the Kennedy Space Center 6 years ago, probably, when I was the director, I was having an all-hands. And I asked everybody in the auditorium. The auditorium was packed. And I said, how many were not here when we stopped flying the shuttle? And there was over a third of the audience raised their hand. They weren't working at NASA when we were flying the shuttle. So how many were not here when we lost Columbia? That's why we can't forget, all right? We have to continue to keep these lessons that we've learned alive. That's up to us, okay? And I just want you to know how much I enjoy working with the administrator and Pam, because they know what it's all about. And believe me, they put safety above all else in the decisions that we make. I've been at meetings with the administrator, and nobody pulls harder on it than he does when we're talking about sending crews into space. So I ask all of you, please don't forget. If you get down to the Kennedy Space Center, go to Forever Remembered at the Atlantis facility. Pay honor to those crews, and do not forget the lessons that we've learned in the past, because we are going to continue to move ahead to inspire the world through discovery. And, you know, we got the best mission of any agency anywhere, and that's to explore the unknown in air and space, to innovate for the benefit of humanity, and inspire the world through discovery, and we can do it safely. Thank you.
Thank you all for your thoughtful presentations. We'll now head to the Q&A portion of today's event. If you're joining us here live at headquarters, you can come to the mic at the left-hand side of the room. We also have questions submitted from across the centers online. Our first question will come from Brian at Ames. He asks, how do we change the mindset of safety versus mission progress to help us internalize that safety is mission progress?
I think I'd like to take that one for starters, and you can chime in. But, you know, first off, safety is part of our mission. We put the mission first, right? But when you talk about safety and the mission, you know, if you do not execute the mission safely, what happens? You damage people and equipment. And then what happens? It takes longer and you're not successful, right? So safety has to be inherent in everything that we do. If we do things safely and correctly, we actually make up more time. It costs us less. Nobody gets hurt. It is absolutely what we need to do. So I don't see them as separate. I see them as safety as part of executing the mission correctly.
Thank you so much. Our next question is from Stephanie here at headquarters. She asks, how can parts of the NASA workforce who are not engineers contribute directly to our safety culture?
I'd like to take that one. I think that actually we are a team and that everybody is contributing. And in fact, what's really interesting is often the person in the room who knows the least about the subject asks the most penetrating and basic question that causes everybody to take a step back and say, So that's, you know, core to our values of speaking up, to our safety culture. You know, I often say diversity and inclusion is actually a part of our safety culture. And in fact, it's really important that people feel empowered, whether they are the expert in an area or not, to speak up, because we actually saw it on the space shuttle all the time. It was often the crew member who knew the least who would ask a simple question, why can't we try it like this? Now, sometimes it was like, well, we can't, and here's why. But a lot of times it was what ended up solving the problem. So please do speak up.
And I will just add to that, you know, it's not just the non-technical folks, it's new technical folks. When you're at a meeting, oftentimes when we're brand new to a situation, we don't feel like we can speak up. We look at the table and we see all these really experienced people and we think, oh, they know everything, you know. Well, they don't always know everything. And you bring a new experience when you come. That's why diversity and inclusion is so important. If you have a question at a meeting, it's incumbent upon you. It's mandatory that you speak up and ask it, all right? Because it's probably something somebody else may not have thought of. So whenever we have a meeting, everybody needs to be engaged. And if you're brand new to an organization, don't think that everybody else knows it all right? And if you have a question, please ask that question.
Yeah, a lot of times people are grateful someone asked it.
Thank you both. Nicholas at Marshall asks, as new human spaceflight vehicles are planning to become operational with less direct NASA oversight compared to previous systems, how is NASA ensuring that the safety of government and private astronauts remains the top priority for the wider industry?
Well, it's a challenge, but it is the responsibility of us as the overseers, even though